till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See,
straight out of fourth.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome back for day 2 of Valorant First Strike North America. Today, we're looking for that new fire as we got 2 more quarterfinals coming your way. As always, I am flanked by Vansili and Veli, the Omen and the Jet to my Cypher. Gents, hoping for a couple closer series today because yesterday, Envy, TSM, man, they just stomped their way to the semis, Veli.
It was like watching Shaq dunk on kids, right? It just wasn't fair. Hopefully today we get some 2-1s. We go to a third map, but I feel like ultimately, like what I'm really excited for, Dash and Vans, 100 Thieves versus T1. I can't wait.
That will be the second series of our day. But Vansili, before we get to previewing the 2 quarterfinals that we do have on the docket for the day, I want to discuss those victories from both Envy and TSM just yesterday.
Sure. Yeah, it's been amazing. One-sided. I mean, when you're looking at Immortals, they wanted to throw something off the curve and try to get into rushing the A site 12 times in a row, but it didn't pay off. Envy just looked dominant on that series, on that map. We saw maybe a little bit of a comeback from Immortals on that second map, but in the end, Envy just proved to be stronger with their fragging power, and TSM for sure. It's been one-sided the whole way with Renegades.
Oh, yeah, and talking about Envy, I'm telling you now, Mame, he was a silent assassin. Did you guys know that he had the second most kills yesterday? Only 1 kill behind Wardell at 35. He was phenomenal, a 1.67 KD, and it was all through defensive op players where he was really shining. We saw them go to Icebox, we saw him in the back lines, and he wasn't an initiator, so to say. He was in the back lines picking off heads to help his teammates advance and get the win. It was beautiful to watch, and this team, they're just grinding off on all cylinders.
Yo, Silent Killer is the absolute best title to be handing over to Mummy because I'm remiss to say we didn't necessarily catch that kill marker, that kill threshold that he had hit just yesterday, Vansili. We had so many more eyes on players like FNS and Food for their play.
The thing is about Mummy, the silent killer that we saw on the defender side, especially on Ascent, was due to the fact that he was getting a lot of exit kills at the same time. The reason why is because Immortals did a very good job to punish Envy on the 4 spies that were getting onto the defender side that didn't work in their favor. So by keeping the economy low, by not allowing Envy to retake the sites, they were able to make that game closer. But Mummy, he's getting those kills as Immortals is chasing after him. So therefore, at some point in the matchup, there's a turning point where the economy comes back for Envy, and that's how they were able to win it in the end.
I do like, though, Veli, that you... Oh, get in here.
I'm gonna throw this out there, Dash. I'm sorry about that. I saw an interview from Run It Back by FNS. He said they had no idea what Immortals were doing on Icebox. So the fact that they dominated him like that, it says a lot about his IGL leadership.
Yeah, without a doubt. And as we talk about the star-studded roster of Envy, there was that stat you threw out. There was one person on TSM who was able to snag the kill leaderboard, that #1 slot for the day, and it all came from Wardell. Let's talk TSM.
We talk about that meme of Wardell don't miss, but just look at him, the way that he played it. He had a 6-kill differential, so he was on fire this whole matchup versus Renegades. He was barely missing. He had a great support factor behind with Sabrosa, with Drone. They also had multiple X kills. Look at this one, the ace coming in from Drone. They just look on point, but not only in the fragging department. I think the practice that they put for TSM overall, they look like a composed, aggressive TSM lineup. And I'm looking forward to any team that wants to match up against TSM, they're going to have to play 130%. Because when I was talking to Coach Jay yesterday, he said you got to play 120. 120 wasn't enough, it seems.
Yeah, Veli, I think the scary thing for me when I take a look at those replays is all day yesterday we were criticizing teams for running straight into TSM's big strength, right into the op scopes of Wardell. And then the first time they go to the other side of the map on B site, it's Drone coming up with the ace. So how do you break this TSM squad?
You can't break, well, you know what? You're going to have to break them by everybody just shooting straight. But it's not just that. It's harder than that. You're going to have to execute. We saw what happened in the second map. The pinches happening around showers. The clutches by Sabrosa. Sabrosa's a bully, by the way. That 1v2 that he won on B site should have never happened. Man. And it just seems like TSM, they're having such a great day. But there's 2 players I'm going to give a lot of love to. Cutler and Hey, like they have been so on point and helping out their team with so much utility TSM, they're a full roster now. It's not just a one-man army.
Now, those were our first looks at both TSM and Envy yesterday. We also got another first look, Vancilia, our first look at Sky in competitive. What were your first impressions of this agent?
We definitely got to see her on Icebox. That was a little bit left to be desired, but definitely on Bind, I saw a lot of good potential. I think that her kit is very good. The way that TSM used her with the Trailblazer, in combination with the Jet Dash from Wardell going into hookah control, into Hall's control. We're seeing this one too, where they're actually having the guiding light coming out of hookah to be aggressive out of fountain. That was from Renegades. So I think there's a lot of great combinations that you could use with Sky, but I think she needs a little bit more playtime for that to be developed. And I think eventually with that, she might be an agent that's going to be picked more than Sova on certain maps like Bind.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And so,
once again, go Valley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm excited, man. You take a look at Renegades and you can see Breach matching up with Sky. There's just so many variables you have to consider whenever you have Sky on the map. But for her to be in TSM's lineup to where they're able to utilize that triple duelist setup, the aggression is just more than ever. You got the flash confirm, you got the team heal, and also you send the dogs out for intel. She does it all.
All right, well, those are the two series that are in the rear view mirror. Let's take a look at the ones that we have straight ahead of us. We've got Sentinels versus FaZe Clan, followed by 100 Thieves versus T1. Reminder, rather, that the order of the two series was flipped from what was originally scheduled, so just be aware of that. Make sure you tune in at 1 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/Valorant_esports_NA and youtube.com/ValorantNA to catch all the action. Gents, this entire tournament is about celebrating the best of the best teams, but not just the best of the best teams. It's also about the best of the best players. And so today, headlining one of our matches is Valorant's rising star in Sentinels, Sinatra.
I saw Valorant, right? Like people playing the closed beta, all the hype around it. And I saw it and I definitely wanted to play it. It's just something I would grind. And it's also a game like I know I wouldn't be the best at instantly. So that also makes me want to grind even harder.
Sinatra is the Overwatch superstar, right? He is from the other side of the pond. I'm from Counter-Strike, but I've heard his name a lot.
Sinatra saves the
Sinatra with the ace on map
from
one.
Sinatra.
Sinatra really making an impression early on in this game.
The first year of Overwatch League, when I was on the Shock, I played pretty poorly, like for my expectation. So the next season, I just wanted just drop the ego, focus on the grind, practice more, especially with the new coaches coming in, teaching me more about the game, more discipline stuff, teamwork, and I just stuck to it, and then somehow got MVP. I'm not sure how, but I don't know. It was a roller coaster. Definitely a lot of emotion when we won, for sure, because that season was a grind. It definitely felt like a dream come true. I feel like I accomplished like what I can in the game. Just lost that like grinding mentality. Didn't want to like be a letdown to my team because of that. Like I'm not there to just collect the paycheck. I was pretty nervous changing games. Definitely had thoughts of failure in my mind, but the worst thing is like regretting not doing it. So I just took the chance on Valorant.
Sinatra, when he first started playing, we were pugging against him a lot, and my first reaction was, this guy's not good. He just made a lot of mistakes. Like, he was very readable because he just pushed, and you could just hold a corner and he would just swing into your crosshair and kill him.
So I'm a bit perplexed by that C-long push from Sinatra.
But he evolved very fast.
All of my life I had to grind, go and find the next totem pole to climb. Roll the dice up, my soul was in a bind, and ever since my providence been so divine.
It depends on what game you played, like how big the switch is. Mine was definitely like polar opposite game. Like you're respawning in Overwatch, you're non-stop moving 24/7. Valorant, you have one life per round. You have to hold an angle, like play really patient most of the time. I mean, sometimes you can play really aggressive. I tend to play aggressive because of my like Overwatch nature. I'm always the first one in.
And this is taking nothing away from Sentinels again. Pacey piece from Sinatra. This guy on the entries is just unbearably good.
But I'm not just like recklessly the first one in. It's like a methodical madness.
Aldrone from Sinatra will see that.
Yeah, the Aldrone sees Scadoodle.
And also sometimes I can play really slow. So it's good because it makes me pretty unpredictable.
What? Sinatra, you psychopath! He drops down to hell.
I'm shocked because he's so impactful in the most structured team in the world, which doesn't seem like it would be possible in a game like Valorant. But he knows how to pick and choose his spots on when to be very aggressive or when to use his ultimates.
But Sinatra says, worry about my ultimate.
In his early stage of his career, he put in the hard work. I think that is what propelled Sinatra into this success that we see him at now.
Sinatra being Sinatra finds the frags.
Led by Sinatra again. What a shot from Sinatra. Sentinels, oh my God, have a star.
I'm very happy with the jump to Valorant, and I'm glad I took the leap.
From Overwatch to Valorant, self-proclaimed methodical madness, Veli. What are your thoughts on Sinatra and the rest of this Sentinels lineup?
So starting off with Sinatra, and I'm just going to go out and say it, Sinatra is my favorite, and to me, I think he's the best versatile player in the game. You catch him on Raze, Jet, Sova, it doesn't matter, but it's not about his versatility between the agents. This is versatility in play style, the fact that he's able to speed it up, get in your face. We all saw that Raze push, but also as Sova, he's able to get intel, push in very strategically and smart, and secure those 1v1 wins, and it just helps out the team so much, but it's not just him. I love Sick as well. He's another versatile player on that roster.
Exactly. You were talking about versatility. You said Sinatra. For me, I believe that it's definitely going to be Sick. He plays 4 different agents as well, looking at Sage, looking at Raze, Phoenix, and also Breach. So he's going to be the type of player that's going to put a lot of fragging for the team too, because when you're looking at the scoreboard, he's very close to Sinatra in that fragging department. So those two together with the map pool that they have, Sentinels, they're looking good to move very fast and very far into this bracket.
Well, let me come back at you with this one then, Vasily. If you've got 2 incredibly versatile players on the side of Sentinels, where does FaZe Clan attack? What is the approach here for FaZe Clan on the day?
What I really like about FaZe these days, and lately looking at the qualifier from the UMG, and even Rock has said it, and I spoke to Marv, is they want to play their own game. They don't want to try to anti-strat. They want to be that aggressive play style that they have. So to stop somebody that's aggressive, let's pull our own aggressive players. They have Baby Bay and they have Corey. Corey has sick aim. Baby Bay has that aggressiveness, and is able to win those 1 versus 1. That's going to stop Sick and Sinatra. 1:30
left on the clock till we get to the series itself. So I want to come to you, Veli, as we get map select up onto the screen. It will be Bind as our first map. But remember, there are only 3 maps in this series. What's your take on what we see?
I think Bind is a very smart pick for FaZe. On paper, I would tell you Sentinels takes this 2-0. But Vans and I were talking this morning, and he said, you know what, if they take it to Bind, we might see a map 3. FaZe in the close qualifiers have a 75% win rate there. Sentinels, 33. That's going to be the X factor. But then after that, Sentinels, they can just snowball away. 100% on Split, 75% on Haven. If FaZe legitimately want a chance at beating out Sentinels to cause the biggest upset in this bracket so far, I think they're going to have to get a 2-0.
Vans.
When we looked at Sentinels before, I haven't seen a good Sentinel since Pop Flash, and that was, in June. Looking at the qualifiers, they didn't play too well, but I believe that Sentinels could definitely come back swinging into a tournament that matters going into First Strike in these playoffs. But they're not as invincible as they used to be on Bind. Like Veli said, a 33%, but 2 of those games went into overtime, so it was very close. I'm still going to have to give this 2-1 for Sentinels.
2-1 from Vasily. Veli, are you sticking with that 2-0 or with the Bind? Are you going 2-1?
It's a 2-0.
It's a 2-0. Well, I got a split desk. You know I'm hoping for a 3-map series this all day long. The casters are ready. The team's are ready. It's my turn to hand it over to 2 of my favorites, Rivington Bislin III and Golden Boy. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are about ready to get back into the games, into the cast. I'm Riv. That's Golden Boy. And we heard him talking a little bit about maps, Golden Boy. Ascent was taken out of there for FaZe. It's one of the maps they've been coming up on, and the percentages seem to be in favor of Sentinels, but you see a path to victory on the other side.
Yeah, I was actually doing some VOD review this morning, and my big takeaway was that the path had to have been with Bind. No matter what, FaZe needed to take the Bind. They knew they needed to go there because their win rate on that map has been fantastic. 10-3, 77%. And here goes your agent select presented by Verizon as we're starting to see the lock-ins come through, and I'm loving that we're getting that trademark Sinatra on bind. You saw a little bit in the package where we talked about Sinatra. It's nice to see it here being implemented as well. And Shazam actually is going to be opting for the for the Sova, which goes about on brand for what he usually does on this map.
Sure. Yeah, I basically we're going to see Sinatra set up shop in hookah. If that's the way he continues to play it, they are going to be on defense first here. As we see still on the other side, I think FaZe is taking some time to discuss what's going on. Zachary is that Cypher you're going to see for the team. Sometimes throw some Killjoy in there, but the flanks for Cypher to be held here on bind is just a little too important. Waiting for that lock-in as they chat this one down. I'm excited to see both of these teams go at it. So I think Sentinels has a bit of that strength and just where they come from, their background, their history, but can that be matched with what FaZe is trying to bring to the game? If you don't know much about FaZe, your attackers going in are going to be Corey and Baby Bay. Behind them, Marv calling some shots, and you'll see him close to the action too. He's been on point lately, and I think a lot of the reason we're seeing FaZe get attacking side percentages at a higher win rate is because Marv is in the game and everybody's just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Marv contributes so much to that FaZe lineup. And when I saw this team come together, there were two things that were evident to me at first. One, it's going to take time for them to be able to become the forces that I know that those 4 players coming from Overwatch are capable of doing. But also that Marv was going to be that voice of reason and help them out. I'm also glad that they've made the changes that they needed to make. They started to put certain players on roles where I really felt like they needed to shine, like Baby Bay, for example. He was playing Cypher initially because, as I had heard from multiple people, they just didn't have a Cypher, so Baby Bay's like, all right, I'll just go ahead and take that. He's the kind of player that needs to be in the front lines, and hopefully you're going to see that here. But Sentinels, they ain't nothing to mess with, so it's going to be a tough one for FaZe.
All right, we will see Sentinels on that defensive side here to start. FaZe working towards short. Doesn't look like they're going to split too much here to start things off. They do have the traps close to themselves, so it looks like they want to commit and be in the A side as quick as possible. A little frenzy fire between two Azams. Takes down Baby Bay, and he didn't have much action behind him because of the gate, because of the hold here. And it is just a swarm of defense inside by Sentinels, but FaZe seemed to make it in.
Yeah, and they were really relying on that push coming in from Showers here. A nice shot from Marv is going to be the headshot that they might need. And now we're looking at a situation of a 3v2, and they do have the bodies to be able to take this one. They're going to go for that plant, but they need to be careful here because the swing's going to happen, and there it is. You think that you're going to get the comfort to be able to place a spike, but it is not going to happen. Not against it.
The beginning of a lot of bind pistol rounds can either just be the hookah hit or U-Haul. U-Haul, U-Haul, U-Haul. That's when it feels safe to do anything in A, and it's actually quite hard to take back unless you have a retake like this from Sentinels.
I'm actually wondering why, Rivington, they did not opt to just hit the teleportal, you hear me? My God, lol. The portal and go over to the other side, right? Why continue to take that fight? With not a lot of space. But in any case, so here, anti-eco round now for Sentinels. They should be able to lock this one up quickly. Curiously, how FaZe is going to play on this, and it seems like aggression is going to be the name of the game.
Full clear by that Roomba. Looks like they'll just blow up a little bit of utility, and there's Sinatra already in position. Looking for a few kills right behind the gate. Actually wastes that clip, and he's not going to be able to get two as he gets hit by the splash from the grenade of Corey. And now it looks like Hookah may be the take. A bit of rotation coming in from Sentinels as they're moving quick here, and it's not going to take very much more as Shazam picks up the Ghost 3K and a Spectre for himself.
Statistically, that was never really going to favor FaZe all that much. And with the way the Sentinels play, a very disciplined approach, I was not all that surprised. That said, though, now we're going to get some big boy guns online here for FaZe, and this is really going to tell us what their game plan is, right? I don't think that they're going to give us everything out of the gate here, not in round 3, but it does look like we're going to get some lurk by Zachary on Showers, and then a 2-2 split here on the B site.
This should be good if he was able to push up, at least gets camera, so he may be able to say alt or priority towards Showers. He doesn't know there's 2 though, and that's a pretty big focus. I like the traps actually they have set up there on the A site, so they can push into Showers, they can prioritize, and then have a retake pinch from both sides if Sentinels does want A back. And FaZe gets in. It looks like they're favoring B with that spike being down so far, though, Golden Boy.
Yeah, well, as of right now, I mean, at the right side of the screen, though, Zachary is still patrolling around in the backfield, partly because he was expecting someone to push up. That camera was there to protect him and give him that knowledge. But Dapper has a plan of his own, and he's actually going to be in showers with Zombs currently. This could be problematic for Zachary, who's trying to get a clear here, and a paranoia could actually be the difference. And there goes the paranoia to force him out. And a smart use there of Cyber Cage to bail out. While that's going on, pressure on the short side, but Sentinels were ready for it, and they responded in turn.
And look at that, Dapper and Zombs. The pinch again from showers that couldn't fully be cleared, and Six able to get the rotation back over. What a defense for the first gun round to come in and quickly shut down FaZe. You get a flawless by Prime Gaming here, and we'll see it once again.
That certainly was flawless. Sentinels didn't give a lick of information to FaZe to be able to operate off of. So they were hoping that Zachary got something going on shower side. And while, granted, he did get some movement and he got some utility out, it wasn't enough to stop the push, or it wasn't enough to allow them to freely get on because they were able to just stop them easily.
No more charges.
Whoa. Push down, B long. Sentinel says we want info right away. Spike's quickly picked up by Rocket. CC goes to join the team again, and looks like it'll be him and Corey hanging out by Hookah. Sinatra pushed up. We'll see two, and he says we're going to back off for now and play a little bit more defense after adding this initial pressure.
Ooh. Big kills there for Zachary and Marv. That's massive. Now they should be able to get on site. They'll also be able to get some guns too. And they'll have the numbers advantage. So a free plant here by A. Well, not necessarily free in the sense that they didn't do much for it because they had to do a lot to make this happen. And there's Marv, ever reliable at Heaven to support. Sinatra, though, looking to take space instantly here. And Sick. You know, Sick is, I think, one of the best players, if not the best player in the game. His agent pool is ridiculous. So the fact that him and Sinatra are still alive could be bad news for FaZe if they're not careful.
That was a little dinky. I love that you say that, Golden Boy, because when we saw the team talking about Sick, the Swiss Army knife of that squad, he can do everything, and they love to see him alive. They love to see him as the last one, and he's able to get so many damn kills while doing it. And obviously, like you said, Sinatra's on the other side, so thank you very much.
That's why. That right there is the reason. I'm a huge Sub Rosa fan just because I've always appreciated the way he rifles. I'm a big Asuna fan, always praise him. You know, there are a lot of great players, but there are a few players that really excite me, like Sick. And
absolutely.
It's for that reason right there. Like, yeah, you know, it looked like it was a bad situation for them, but the fact that Sinatra and Sick as a tandem were able to execute there, mind-blowing.
And touch on that Swiss Army knife comment about him. You know, the team says it about him. He's got the Sage, he's got the Phoenix, he's got the Raze. He diversifies that agent pool so well when the team needs it across whatever map they're required on. Now, coming into the 5th round, this will be another pretty strong gun here. Baby Bay does save that econ, has the operator. This could be huge. We should really see no other action before Baby Bay might get a shot off, might figure out what intel they're going up against before they get in there. They're going to do that now with a drone. We'll see if this can be followed up. A very patient round for FaZe here. They know it's getting stressful, in this game against Sentinels is going to be hard. That's what's on their mind right now.
Yeah, it will only get more challenging from here, Riv, because at 0-4, you lose this one, you're right back where you started. The economy is not in your favor if you keep cycling losses like this. It simply just will continue to snowball out of control. Now Sinatra, as he waits inside, does make contact and sees him, but Raucus was there to just cut him down to size instantly. But a Hunter's Fury in response is going to try and quell the stop here. Shazam is able to get a big connection there onto
huge.
Marv.
That's so big.
Exactly, and try and even things up.
Sinatra peeking out there before it was all contact coming from Dapper's camera. Really didn't need to happen, but 1-for-1's now going to mix things up. We'll see if the showstopper can make it work.
Planted.
And it looks like it's held now just for a little bit of displacement of where Sentinels can be coming from. A fire towards spawn. He finds Shazam! Ult for ult, and he gives him back a little bit of his own medicine on the round.
Sick is looking for the target here. Does he end up locating it? And it does.
Oh my word.
Landing a huge kill on the Baby Bay. Now Zachary As he picks up 2 kills of his own inside of Lamps, it is just going to be left down to Sick, but Sick could very well clutch it. He's going to go in for this, but there's the Hunter's Fury to slow things down. Time continues to tick. He cannot do it. As good as Sick is, that was going to be a tall task to ask of him, and that is going to be the round. FaZe finally get their first on the board, Riv.
Golden Boy, this is one of the things I love about Valorant. It looks like a swing. How many more rounds is Sentinel's going to get before FaZe can come back? And then you forget rounds 5, 6, 7, ults are creeping up. Things are going to happen, and that's when the strategies can be executed. And we saw FaZe getting in and out, ultimates becoming a huge part of that round, and then picking up their first one to stop the bleeding here. Now coming into round number 6, FaZe have their first.
Yeah, ultimates aren't, you know, the be-all, end-all like they could be in some other games, right? But in Valorant, especially certain ultimates like Sova, can create so many opportunities for your teammates to be able to hold around. And you saw the patience of the showstopper there. Expect to see more of that as this weekend continues on. But we're going to go right back over to Zachary, who continues to work this A side, A showers. Baby Bay has been quite cold with the op as well. I am going to expect him to start to turn up the heat in a little bit because he is a big factor for why FaZe had so much success in the qualifiers.
And does have a bit of half armor on this light for his buy. Ops are getting expensive now with their econ. The round 1, though, does help quite a bit. Marv has an ultimate, so they can work around the map. Zachary has that Cypher ult as well. They're only looking at Sinatra as he could pull off a play here if it feels like Sentinels is getting pushed back a little too much. FaZe feels like working slow helped the last few rounds, so they're going to see again if Baby Bay can get this operator into action, and then they take that advantage.
Yeah, I like that they also sent out a look with some of those dark covers too, right?
Yep.
Baby Bay in this area is going to continue to prompt some communication from Sentinels. You know, Sinatra along with Dapper just saying, hey, we're hearing some stuff over here. And that's why Shazam's going to make his way around and try and support. But there goes Corey. And now they actually pulled 3 bodies over to the B site. A prime opportunity here for FaZe to attack this. Zamzo still alive, still going to be a problem inside of Lamps as he manages to get a kill against Marv.
One of my biggest notes for Zoms is his sight hold alone. One and done positions that he makes 2 or 3 kills before anybody else on the team can get there. Maybe happening here as he's playing contact off the right and the left. They take it together. Sinatra and Zoms take U-Haul control. Now it's up to Corey as he's getting bounced around. Blast packs are out to try and deter shots here coming from the showers. And can it be up to Baby Bay's off? A few more as Zoms gets a 3rd kill on the round, and they're forced to save. What a retake by Sentinels.
Yeah, that whole fight was won in the Lamps. It's what I love about this game, and will continue to love about this game, is that, you know, those small interactions, they provide so much context for the broader round. Yeah, you know, Corey had a moment there to be able to make like a god tier play.
Yeah.
It just didn't have the resources to be able to do so. Once Corey dies at the L box, Baby Bay loses all of those advantages to try and clutch this round up for his team. And the smarter play, walk away with the operator. Might as well hold on to that cannon for the time being.
A strong ult too from Sinatra, even at the last, right? Baby Bay takes a shot on a real agent, and that becomes a much more winnable round. So everything just kind of leading to having to save. Corey says we'll start off round 7 with a first blood. Sheriff shot to Sinatra's face. That's a huge kill to get this round going.
What's insane is that this happened last time too. They are great on the eco. Like, Corey with anything is nasty, and Baby Bay getting his first frag of the match, by the way. So if that gives you a little bit of pause, it should if you're a FaZe fan. But that's what you need. You need him to start heating up, and this is the round for them to do so. But Sick will get penalized as he marches his way through Lamps, and there's the Cypher ult to give all that information. They're going to go right back over to A, and Baby Bay, second frag. It's a land, it's a hit. That's what they need.
You can see this was not a round Sentinels was ready to lose anybody that quick on. They were scattering to get back into position. The rotations allowed U-Haul to be taken over. What a fantastic round by FaZe. And Corey opened this one up, then the backup on Baby Bay. And like you said, that first frag, it is important, Golden Boy. It's a confidence frag. A lot more usually follow after that.
Shazam was looking for anything that could be coming through the exits. Obviously doesn't want to give them guns for free. You never want to do that. So, you know, you'll take away one of those kills. Also gets him a little bit closer to Hunter's Fury as well. Always a plus. But FaZe will get their second on the board. And, you know, it doesn't shock me that it's happening in these scrappy rounds because FaZe, for as long as I've been watching these players play in Valorant, they're a scrappy team. They manage to put rounds together in situations you normally wouldn't expect them to.
And they do seem, even taking out Sinatra, they do seem to be favoring A on the side of FaZe. Traps are consistent with the way that Zachary's placing them. The kind of defaults, he may switch it up this time if they're going to keep pressure over. Yeah, they will, because they actually have their pressure, and looks like Spike will go A, saving one Cypher trap. But Spike's going to be on that side anyway. So it looks like we end A this round and get info at B for FaZe. We'll see how they work that.
Also depends, too, what the mission here on this side will be. Removing some of this utility, the trap wire is down. I think the orb is pretty juicy there. I'm sure they would really like it.
Hello.
Yeah, so they're just going to bail. And they're actually going to try and challenge this one outright. I really appreciate Corey going for it. By the way, Corey did tweet today about his crosshair and how people could judge him. I think the crosshair looks fine, Corey. I'm all right with it, brother.
Cover going out.
I missed it. I'll have to pay attention next time.
It's just like a big one. It's a big crosshair. It's a little bit bigger than I'm...
The big chunker.
Yeah. At least it's not that abomination, that square abomination I've been seeing Sideshow rock in our games. It offends me. It's like these crosshatch.
People like the square.
I can't even.
I like the ones that look like Mech Warrior from like 1990. Anyway, it's coming in round 8 here. Not a lot of action other than the orb grab over towards that. A. Oh, that's a bad spot to be. Gets smoked in hookah, and FaZe executes on B beautifully. Wrong about the A hit here, Golden Boy. I was way wrong as they slow work it towards B, and these slow rounds again paying off for FaZe against Sentinels.
Well, this shows us that FaZe clearly have been putting in the work. You know, when you're going up against Sentinels, there is no world where you could just wing it, right? This team has won too many events. They've had so much success, and there's so much talent on this roster that you need to have a deep playbook. So for FaZe, being able to slow work this round the way that they are, everything that I'm seeing right now from FaZe is extremely impressive from them. But Sentinels, you know, they're doing the thing that we know that they're capable of doing, and that's shutting down FaZe in those really fast-paced and intense rounds. So FaZe decides we're going to shift things up, we're going to go a little quieter, and we're going to see what the results are. And so far, it's so good.
And that was a bit of my question for FaZe, right? With I kind of mentioned it yesterday as an overall, with all of these skills being combined here. Oh my word. And the questions keep getting answered, Golden Boy. With all these skills being combined from different games, how are they mid-maxed? Whose kind of aggressive play style is going to work better? Like, we've seen Sinatra come out huge, but the aggression can sometimes bite you in the butt, right? And then the aim and everything else that FaZe brings together as a whole has really started to show me that they are a team to be reckoned with here. And it's going much different than I expected, and that's awesome to see.
Yeah. And I didn't get to cover it beforehand, but unlike yesterday, I feel like today is the day where we are going to see a lot of surprising matches. T1 and 100 Thieves, that's going to be a wild matchup. Stick around for that one, 100%. And this one, too. Not a shocker that we're getting what we're getting here. 3-5 scoreline, FaZe looking pretty decent. Now they're trying to put some pressure here at B long and see what they're going to be able to pull away from this.
Absolutely. You know, to add to that, like FaZe understanding the big flanks, right? Mid-round stratting, kind of calling again. It's definitely things you have to learn over time. And expert teams and teams that have been doing it for a while will be able to take advantage if you're messing those up. Here, FaZe seems to have everything shored up as they once again try to take that B side. I said they were favoring A, and now it seems like they're going to test Sentinels once again at that B. Rotations now coming in from A. FaZe has full coverage here, but Sinatra and Dapper making sure that FaZe can't make it easy.
Yeah, and that is a brilliant play by Sinatra, a swing around the corner. Just that one interaction, that one play, and the fact that he still is able to hold on to this gun, so problematic. But Corey is going to be alive. One of the best aimers that I've ever seen across any game. But as good as his aim is, it really won't matter when Dapper shoots you at the side of your head. Sentinels will go up here by 3, and a brilliant hold on site, and it's because of this play from Sinatra, right? The swing, and they were right next to each other, and he just took full advantage of the spray from that Phantom.
I don't always run in there, but when I do, they're flashed, basically. As he was saying earlier, there's a method to my madness, Sinatra says, and it definitely seems so. So Sentinels now start to stop that bleeding that was happening over from FaZe. FaZe with a great amount of rounds, a good amount of econ, and they are back in. We do see Baby Bay not with too many frags here. Still FaZe working it slow, looking for Baby Bay to be one to open and entry the round. But also, as I said, Corey could be the other one on that docket. Tagged and almost shot again. Shazam just wide, as it's a good dodge.
So we didn't really talk about it, but Sinatra busted out the trusty Odin. And
he does have it, yep.
Yeah, the Odin playing by the tin can like that could be quite helpful to them, but what is also helpful is how Zachary is putting pressure on the shower side of the map. They're now going to try and burst out through the doorway. Dapper with 30 HP has so much work ahead of him, and Zachary has been clinical this round. But what does Sinatra do with this tank of a weapon up here in heaven?
He's got full util pretty much.
Spike planted.
Spotted out so they know where he is. Hopefully displacing somebody by L-box, but nobody's going to move it. Oh, my word.
I knew it was going to happen, man.
Yeah, you saw him setting it up, making sure nobody would peek him from L when he started the spam. And looks like he comes out with the run it back. Now, how far can he run this one out? Gets himself in a position, but bench is going to be his death as Corey's on top of the wall and finds one onto Shazam. That's going to be a tough ask for an Odin on 3, and Corey just takes him out with a Vandal shot to the face. Beautifully done by FaZe. Start going back and forth in these rounds on Bind.
Yeah, the Odin pickup was more of a concession on B site. Yeah. You saw where Sinatra was holding that on top of the can there, where if they pushed in, he had just a lot of areas where he could just wall bang through. But then after that, like, you know, once you're going for a retake, I don't know if the Odin is like the best case scenario there, but we're getting some success from FaZe, and it's really just coming from a lot of the work that Zachary is doing on the right side of the map. I thought he wasn't getting much progress before, but he's been doing decently, and here comes Sinatra once again. That aggression at B short, it is a thing of beauty.
He's gonna get a quick heal up. Firewalls himself, as we can see it ticking up here. Oh, I like that. Fakes the leave from Hookah, is going to stay in. Does Marv bite it?
No.
Nope. Not at all.
Not happening. I appreciate the 5-head play, though. You know, I really do, but it just wasn't happening.
Rockets now right there on the back. Looks like they're actually going to want to take this. Give me a corpse. He finds that on Sinatra, and they're going to be able to read this one. Do they still commit here? Just towards the back of the site, a spray goes through, and that may change their mind for a moment until some more util can tell them what's going on.
And they know that they're going to have to deal with Dapper in the back line here, and I just don't think, he was not in a position to be able to handle that effectively. So they'll get this spike down over here at B.
Spike planted.
Sicken Zoms. Not a lot really in the inventory. One paranoia that Zoms could potentially use. So the dark covers the break off Hookah, and then he's more than likely going to hit that. Yep, right here, the paranoia, and then here comes the push. But what he wasn't prepared for was the fact that there was a player behind him when he exited from defender side, and Sick is now just going to be trapped here at elbow with really no options.
Oh, Raucus ready for the peak. And they were ready at every angle. An almost tied up first half here. From the attacking side, FaZe is finding their way through the defense of Sentinels time and time again. Let's see here this last play as Raucus hits true. Just that 66 health on Sick. So, one last one. Kind of could, maybe not. 7-5, 6-6 is pretty much the same thing going into second half with, I think, the way these teams are playing. Obviously, if it's a different score line. But I think second half is going to be just the same unless Sentinels comes out with pure aggression.
Okay, well, we'll see now what we get for this last round of play. We got double op here. Raucus was the initial opper for FaZe when they had announced that roster initially.
Mm-hmm.
So they have this, you know, on I guess in their sleeve, but curious on how they're going to try and execute with this. We did get a lot of double opping back then, back when the op was a little cheaper. You were seeing it happen so much. But now we got Baby Bay here who's crept around this corner. Zoms with the dark cover on the other side just to give some pause. And they're going to let them think that this is going to be a free entryway here. They have some Cypher utility as well to assist. Once Baby Bay goes in, you should find him on the right side, and there you go. Oh, boom, that's going to sting. Oh! 4 kills coming in here. Sick is actually going to take himself out while taking out Corey in the process. But a big round here for FaZe as they could tie this one up. But coming from the shadows, it's going to be Dapper. One more player in front of him, and he's also cautious about anyone that could be popping up from the flank here. Oh, but Zachary, he might just try and peek through this. Huge. But then Sinatra trades instantly, leaving Raucus with an op. No option. See Sinatra. Where is Dapper? Dapper knows where he is.
You say no options, but he's got 2 options. He grabs another one. The Vandal's not going to help him out, though. 7-5. Sentinels do find a bit of the advantage here, and we'll see. Like I was saying before, that may not matter. If the pistol rounds here by FaZe, that could easily even out, and they could carry a little bit more. But this becomes so tough on the entry. I feel like the last round of that first half is either a run and gun or it's a creep forward until you might see someone's shoulder, right? Like we just saw.
Yeah, and you know, in reflecting on the compositions that they're running with here, this is why I like Phoenix on this map, because, well, for one, you're going to get those safe flashes. That would have been, in any other instance with a Phoenix, that would have been a safe flash, and then you could challenge that fight. Zoms dies, and then you just continue to march on towards site. Without that, you know, it makes things a little bit more challenging. But I do like this composition here on defense, and we'll see how this all plays out as we get some early aggression out of FaZe, and some information certainly has been gathered.
Yeah, a lot of damage has been gathered up as well. Sinatra already forced to heal, a little bit of util out, still have his curveball though. Is Zoms. He may be the last or the first in, depending on whether he uses his body as a sentry. Sick falls to Baby Bay. Here's the push. Like I said, somebody's got to be aggressive to start this off, and it looks like FaZe took that. And they will bring it to Sentinels. There's Marv coming through, kills all around, and that's going to be the Prime Gaming Flawless coming in from FaZe on the second half.
Brilliant pistol round there for FaZe. This first interaction for Baby Bay onto Sick was pretty big. I think that Sick was not ready for it and sent that nade out in anticipation, or really just to hold him off. But what you don't think is a psychopath running through a grenade. Is that something you would always think about, Riv?
I love it.
It was brilliant. Baby Bay, that's the kind of guy he is. Just holds W. He'll go for it.
Like, let's go! Getting pumped. All right. Will they even it up here on this next one? Spectre is pretty much all around. You are going to see Baby Bay stay with that frenzy bonus so he can look for the economy of an op in a few rounds. And we'll see if they can back him up as well heading into the site. Shazam and the rest of the team say, not much for us, thanks. If we had it last round, we'll have it this round, along with our signature spells. Oh.
A little trouble in paradise, though, unfortunately.
Yep.
Baby Bay does go down. We'll see how they try and play around this development here, but with Zachary just holding in the back line, he'll be the one to make that contact first. They're still going to hold the line on each side, which I do appreciate because you have so much time left here. There is plenty of opportunities to be able to move around this map. You can commit if you want, or you can double back over toward A, but if they do, they will be running into Marv. So the commitment here on B site is intelligent. Zachary with a connection as soon as he makes his way out of hookah. Another one there for Corey, maybe 2 here to boot, but it's instead you got Sick and Dapper working together, getting those frags now. A 2v3, but the bigger guns are going to be on the side of FaZe, but it seems like it doesn't matter when you have that many shots beaming right at you.
Yeah, Zachary now in the 3v1. Tagged right away. Fight with the dart in ya. Just go for it. Almost takes a blast pack quick. Not too much damage. Yeah, you won't. And this is always such a tough angle. You don't know if they're B-main, hookah, hitting in the cubby. There's one, and it's going to be a peek by Dapper off contact onto Sick. They end that one, and he says, yeah, right, Cypher, I'm better. Coming into this next one, Golden Boy, it looks like Sentinels could feel pretty good after that one. 8-6 here. FaZe was not able to keep it going after that pistol. And Sentinels doing what they do best, is coming back in those rounds where it looks like they shouldn't.
Yeah, we'll see now what the game plan is going to be here for Sentinels. Some attention will be put toward A. I did like at the start of that round, they used an aggressive camera. I know this sounds like a weird phrase, but we've been seeing a lot of camera baits happening more and more lately, where people would just prioritize like the camera first before and taking it out, but then they were like pushing up too short. I want to see a little bit more of that. We're actually getting even more aggression here. Oh, this is a really smart play by Marv.
You did it!
They have no idea that he's there. You're still going to have to check that corner regardless. But, peekaboo. I see you. Marv, the nasty shot. Brilliant trade there by Shazam, though. Now he'll pick up that Phantom and put some use to it.
Yeah, very big frag, and it looks like they've deterred Sentinels from wanting to keep heading towards that A site. So they start to rotate over. Still have quite a good bit of cover here in terms of Cypher traps to get them in safely, out safely. Know they won't have anybody behind them. So they have some time to work with at 40 seconds. They may just wait for these Zom smokes to come back up before they make a move.
Yeah, they're most definitely going to want
to
use that, but I guess not. Sick actually is going to be right in front of the fray here. And they have the guns to be able to do this with a lot of confidence, which is the reason why you're seeing this push happen the way that it is. And they'll get B easily.
That's a good point. I like that choice better. Why smoke? Why allow the rotation of pistols to power themselves more with a few more coming over? Get in as close as you can and know you're going to win that firefight with a better gun.
Yeah.
So just the creep in here from FaZe. Dodges out, but they do see Cypher by City, and that could be bad for Zachary as he almost takes a few spams to the face. And this is all but over. Maybe. Spoke too soon. Get some armor, get some ammo, get some damage. A few more Sheriff shots could count. But just the classic follow-up wasn't gonna be enough. Zom says 2 more for me and a Sheriff, please.
Maybe a swing with a stinger could have been beneficial for them there, but with the classic, that is what the classic's brilliant at, right? That right click and you get a brief, you know, like your heart skips a beat, right? And then if you're a FaZe fan, you're getting a brief sigh of relief, but that is just not going to result in anything that could benefit FaZe there. So Sentinels now still up by 3. They're maintaining this lead. Credit to FaZe for remaining extremely competitive in this. This was the map that I felt FaZe needed to win if they wanted to take this series 2-1, which ultimately, if FaZe were to win, that would end up being the score line. Baby Bay has to come online, though.
He does, and a lot of times, you know, it is true that being at the bottom, there it is. You ask, they deliver. Being at the bottom isn't bad because you can be offering utility and things in other ways, but as a duelist, you want to get those alt points. You can't always be in the spot to farm orbs at the beginning of the round so you can run out different strats. And if you're not getting Blade Storm, you're not being that effective. So seeing him get kills now is huge for FaZe. They continue to open up as Zachary comes out of showers, and now U-Haul has quite a bit lit up here. See if they can
the amount of bodies inside of you, oh man, you know you don't want to deal with that. Stare right at them as they come through, but here come the kills. Only player left alive there was
Don't put all your eggs in one U-Haul.
Yeah, and it will unfortunately not work out for you. You should have rented a bigger truck. Yeah, FaZe, a good response there. And Zachary, again, I've been extremely impressed by Zachary this whole game.
Absolutely.
Getting effective kills for his team and keeping them in the rounds time and time again. I feel like you really got to give him all the credit, and not all the credit, but a good chunk of the credit for what we're seeing the scoreline be right now.
So you're already taking some away from him.
Well, you know, I don't want to give him it all, right? It is still a team sport after all.
You got to give it. There's more rounds. There's more to be given in this situation.
Yeah,
That's a quick ultimate from Sinatra going down. Run it back, could get painted. And it looks like Sinatra will fall early. Showstoppers left. A lot of chaos here on sand outside of Hookah. And it looks like Corey, or Sick rather, wants to take over and have the last say on this. No damage onto Baby Bay, as it looks like fizzling out for now. We'll see how this pans out overall.
Still committing here toward B. One player by Garden. Shazam making magic happen as he takes out Baby Bay, but Corey's going to be lurking there. Does manage to get a kill onto Dapper. Watch out, though. Those blast packs will take you out if you're not careful, but it'll certainly be Zom's Phantom that gets the job done. As soon, though, as Sick exits out of Hookah, Raucus was waiting for him in that corner, and you always want to check that corner, and I think that maybe that Hunter's Fury could have come out to be able to assist a bit sooner. Either way, though, Sentinels, with 2 players left alive, they're still in this one.
Shadows traveling.
There's a lot committed to this round for Sentinels right here. If they actually don't get
30
this, it
seconds
could
left.
be tough. Oh, chuck it. Just give it to me. They know he's in. All right, so they know how one's being played. This could actually be a spam in, but he's going to take the shot towards Hookah. Does he stop planning? No. Shazam's going to plant. Has about 10 HP to his name. It's just going to be a jumping classic. But Shazam gets the 3K, and now it's the 2v1. Ruckus goes down. Shazam comes up huge with the help of Zombs.
7 health points. That's all Shazam had. Look at this. Look at this. So right here, right, Zachary, and I'm not, you don't know exactly what they're going to have unless it was communicated to you, but all it took was just one classic shot and Shazam would have been dead. Then Rockets just needed to deal with a player that would have jumped out of Hookah to have to fight for that defuse. Oh man, just the agony that you must be feeling for FaZe here.
Revealing area.
What a play. That's what First Strike is about. The IGL, the calm, cool, collected Shazam coming up huge, knowing Zombs was there over his shoulder as well. And that is one that hurts FaZe. The kills they got. And like I said, Shazam and the team used so much on that round. Costly round in utility and everything else. So for them to get that pays off big here. And it looks like they'll be able to start off an eco in their favor as we come into round 18.
Lots of information has now been gathered. Zachary with a Sheriff will need to do some magic here. Perhaps this could be it.
Cage trigger.
As he's going to work inside of the cyber cage here, protect him as well from some of these flashes. But look at this quick aggression starting to come through. And the added protection from that second cyber cage could have helped him, but just the sheer numbers that were flanking him at that time, it was simply not going to be a reality here. And once again, Sentinels poised to be able to take another round and go up here 11-7, unless some shenanigans happen here from FaZe.
Definitely worth to get some armor if they can. Anything helps when you're getting this close. 7-10, looks like it'll be 11 after this, which puts quite a bit of pressure on. Not gonna find it. Across the map, the kills are found by Dapper and Shazam as they pad the econ a little bit more. So it looks good for Sentinels to take some risks. Full econ out, which makes these rounds hard. We're seeing a good bit on the side of FaZe. And full utility is what I'm saying, not full econ, but full utility is going to be there. So it will be a round they can combat, try their hardest, and defend on what Sentinels has been bringing on this attacking side. I said aggression is going to help Sentinels here, and they have been able to bring it.
Yeah, and that aggression is run counter to what Baby Bay has found success with in the qualifiers, and that's why you're seeing him not be as big of a factor here.
They seem to have his number, Golden Boy. He just can't get like a good position to find his game.
Yeah, it really is problematic here. And now another problem situation occurred there for Corey. He was going to be tucked away. Shazam just wins that one outright. And that's just a demoralizer there, folks. That hurts if you're Baby Bay. Now Marv, 1v2, still doable with 3 HP, still doable with 3. Actually, scratch that, 1v1 now. Apologize there. Zachary was going to be the hero. Didn't see him in the overlay, but hey, it ends up working out.
That was a gross shot. That was both by Zachary and Shazam. I was just kind of speechless, but coming in through here, Sentinels is looking angry. Shazam says draw. Nope, gotcha. And these two teleports here from FaZe, or Marv, the second one called, did he see the oh, he sees him left shoulder and out, okay. Still, great spam, love it.
Yeah.
And then through the box again, it's just all about spamming. Spam it up, love it.
Yeah, the benefit there was that Zachary was alive, right? You know, really like him being alive in the position where he was backhand. Had he been an elbow, I still fear here for the team. That said, though, now just another rough spot for Baby Bay to be in. Dueling Hunter's Furies as well.
Not Baby Bay's day, Golden Boy. That just becomes so tough. Corey answers, though, makes it a little more promising for the team as they're going for a default plant. B main is the hold. 3 from elbow. Can Sentinels come flying out? The gate's going to go down to give him a little more entry room here.
Revealing area.
Oh, sorry, can FaZe come flying out? Sentinels now holding that defensive position.
Oh, Shazam's in a good spot. Actually, the whole team is in a great spot with 3 players bursting out of that. It'll be difficult here, but Marv still manages to get a kill. even though he had 2 guns looking at him, and then Sinatra just swings like a psychopath, and that's going to give them match point.
Calculated psychopath.
Oh,
Calculated
I love it. I
insanity.
love that he knows he's going wild, and he's saying, no, there's a reason behind everything we're doing. And we're seeing it. We're seeing it. Shazam 19-11 right now, 16-14 Sinatra right there. Everybody sitting up over that double-digit club. And it's been a little tougher on the side of FaZe. The opening kills for Baby Bay coming in from the attacking side weren't given. Sentinels weren't peeking. Now that he's on the defensive side, Sentinels are like, I think this dart will find him. He's dead before he can even react because Sinatra's rushing him. Somebody else is already on him. Sentinel's kind of strat here has been to shut Baby Bay down, and he has a Bucky this round.
Yeah, and they've accomplished that task in spades, for sure.
Yeah.
This is looking like we're going to get even more aggression. Right out of the gate, right? Dapper just walks freely right inside of Lamps. He knows that their guns aren't going to be good to deal with this, and he will continue to stall this one out. A valiant attempt by Baby Bay, but it is just not going to amount to all that much. Sinatra does not get the kill with the run it back, but deals a hefty amount of damage there to Marv. Now we're going to have 4 players left alive, and everyone's going to be banged up as Corey swings, gets the kill. Watch out, Shazam, though. He's down to 37 HP, and everyone's just worse for wear here. They're getting all beat up. It's a slugfest, and that's why the spike is going to be taken all the way to the B site.
They signed a contract on this one. If you walk into U-Haul, you must be pressing mouse 1 the whole time. That was intense, Golden Boy. Spike's going to be planted here at B. A nice switch by Zombs. And again, they have the B main hold. Nothing to wall that off, nothing to smoke that off right now. It's only the camera for Zachary on the retake. They may be able to use that to get an idea of how to play this. But it's the HP is not looking good for either side, really. Better for Sentinels, though.
But what they do have is a paranoia. The moment the movement happens, expect that paranoia from Zombs, and that is going to be a determining factor here. Once they hear noise, it's going to connect onto Zachary and Corey. It may not even need to happen. Oh, wait a minute, though. There goes the paranoia and the swing. The swing happens, and unfortunately for Sentinels, but a big shot there, and there it is. Final clutch by Red Bull. Oh, Sinatra, what a closeout.
What a game for Sentinels there to start this series off. And we are seeing a lot of life from FaZe here. Sentinels bringing out the patented strats from Shazam on the attack side, able to make it work. But I'm excited to see what we get from FaZe here in the second map.
Yeah, this was the game that FaZe needed to win, though, Riv, because
that's a great point.
If we just review their split percentages, 86% win rate in First Strike alone, 6-1. FaZe, on the other hand, not the worst situation, 4-3 with a 57% win percentage. Yeah. So it's not like it's a doom and gloom for FaZe, but if you've been following this Sentinels roster for as long as we have, you know that Sentinels are really, really good at split. Yeah. So I think that this is going to be very challenging for FaZe to try and overcome.
All right, well, let's see what Dash, Vans, and Veli have to say about that game before we get into the second one.
Thank you very much, Riv. I've got a feeling these guys are going to agree with what Golden Boy just said, because Vansili, it was you who said with Bind in the map pool, that was FaZe's best opportunity at taking a victory and maybe giving us that 3-game series that we were hoping for. And yet, Sentinels are able to edge it out. It was the closest and most competitive map we've had so far in the tournament, and yet the top seed still takes it.
The only negative thing I think was for me for FaZe going into this matchup is FaZe often have a hard time starting out their matches too, starting out the series. I wish Blind maybe could have been that second map where finally they wake up and then boom, it's time to go. Because when we talk about slow starts, it was a very slow start for FaZe in this first map. It only took round number 5 off the back, or round number 7, I think, off the back of an operator that was saved from Baby Bay and Sheris, until they finally got the first round into the board, or the first kill coming in from Baby Bay, and then catching up into that first half 7-5.
Yeah, I think, Veli, that's where I want to start with you as we take a look at our map highlights brought to you by Prime Gaming, is the fact that it took until round 7, that op shot, the first frag of the map for Baby Bay, for FaZe to really kind of find their stride. If they had found it a couple rounds sooner, maybe we're telling a different story here on the desk.
It's not about Baby Bay starting off the game hot. It's about the team as a unit winning rounds. They can get their economy up. They needed their money and they needed their guns. The fact of the matter is, you look at round 3, FaZe got their guns and they lost big. You take a look at round 4 with 4 sheriffs, they choked a 4v2. Baby Bay and the rest of those players weren't able to get the ops or the weapons that were needed. But flip it around, Dash, and look what happened when Sentinels had an eco round. We saw everyone go hookah, and they won with classics against SMGs and rifles. That's not supposed to happen. And when FaZe was mounting that comeback, it's like, okay, that's halted immediately now because Sinatra, Sick, and the rest of the boys, they have their rifles. You got to do better when it comes to those pistol rounds. I know people don't look at them so important whenever you play ranked and whatnot. It's the most important thing in competitive play. You got to set the tone.
And when you talk about those mistakes, the mistakes of actually losing fights from classics from hookah into the B site, I think the other big mistake was at round number 17, a 3 versus 2, when they actually were coming back on that retake with Shazam so low on HP, Zom stuck in hookah. They have all the information of where those last 2 players were at. But when it comes down to Zachary trying to chase after Shazam, he was chasing after him with a classic after running out of bullets with the Vandal trying to go for the wall bang instead of going for the confident kill, the sure kill, coming off a kill around the corner of the tub to actually get the kill right away. It was just so many mistakes happening there. I think there was some jitters definitely for that team.
I mean, that was a big 4K clutch, as you mentioned there in round 17 by Shazam. And honestly, a player that we weren't talking a ton about leading into the matchup because more of our focus was on these 2 guys, Sick and Sinatra, who still put up solid numbers. But I think all said and done, Sentinels as a squad really performed here today, Veli.
Well, you saw the trust that they put into each other, right? So there's a mantra that is like that they follow where it's like, you win as a team, die as individuals, whatever. And the thing is, whenever we saw that 2v4 with Sinatra and also Sick, the one thing I really like about Sick is how aggressive he is with the frags. Now, the fact that he got a double kill right in front of Sinatra to help him out when he peeked around U-Haul, killing both of the players at default to get to retake, it just shows what type of presence they have on the map. No matter how many times that they really clutch at that map, it just shows that even when Sentinels are down, they still find a way to win.
Now, one other minor thing that I want to talk to you, Veli, specifically about, and it's minor because I mean, maybe you'll tell me if it had a big effect on the game itself. Zoms on the Omen instead of the Brimstone. Now, Omen is the more played agent for him across all maps, but specifically on Bind, we're used to seeing him on Brimstone. Do you think that caught FaZe off guard, the agent switch up?
I wouldn't say it caught him off guard. I just think it helped out Sentinels more, to be completely honest. Now, you take a look at the tool set between both of the players. Okay, Brim has the long-lasting smokes. He has the microwave that pops out the sky, which is great for retakes, by the way. But when you switch that around with Omen, you get a paranoia, which helped him out when it came to attacking B-Long, where he got a kill. You have 2 smokes that recharge over time, and also the shadow step. You're able to change your distance to help yourself get out of bad situations. Zoms and his versatility and his style of play where he could get out of messy situations, and especially during that clutch round that I was explaining earlier, the fact that he's able to stay alive for so long on site with Omen was such a pleasure to see for Sentinels.
2 players I want to talk about on the side of FaZe. First and foremost, continuing the conversation around Baby Bay, Van Silly. Like we mentioned, it took until round 7 for their first frag to come through, but you saw the impact when the kills do start to come from that op player on the side of FaZe. Man, the permission they had to go forward was that much greater.
Definitely. And when I saw him doing very good on the attacker side with that operator, it was against T1 on Ascent. He was just holding that W, getting those entries necessary, playing with that confidence. And I don't think I was able to see that from Baby Bay right now. And due to credit from Sentinels, though, I think studying how FaZe plays a bit, they played that a lot more passively. They didn't want to fight back versus Baby Bay towards the defender rounds. Baby Bay actually had to be the one that had to aggress on the defender side to try to get those entry kills instead when FaZe were playing defense. You saw the success that he had with the operator on defense moving down towards Long B at Fountain. That was 2 rounds that he was able to do that. But on the attack, Sentinels did a great job just to keep him at his ground and not have big impacts going into the rounds.
Baby Bay, maybe somebody
I'm going to have to
get in there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree just a little bit. I love Baby Bay's aggression, and kind of like against T1 that you saw, I remember that Ascent map. Take a look at the big rounds that they have in the first half, okay? Yeah, Baby Bay dashing out of showers. The refrag happened once he got into sight. You take a look at Baby Bay B-Long, him rushing down and taking care of Sick, even when the nades were thrown at him. the aggression is what they need. It's just the whole team has to pick it up. I want Baby Bay to continue to be in their face.
So that's what I'm saying. It's working well for them on a defense, but I think when they were trying to get entries towards the offensive side, towards those sites, Baby Bay wasn't able to get those entries. I remember that one round where they were having 2 operators, actually. I think I saw Ruckus, and then I saw Baby Bay with an op on that round. And then they tried to keep Sentinels towards that B side, trying to keep them honest. Then Baby Bay is slowly walking into that A side. So without any executions, you have FaZe trying to walk very slowly into the site, and the angles that Sentinels had, they had a guy inside the closet behind the towel boxes, and Baby Bay, his barrel stuck out first, and they get the first kill. So like I said, they didn't give those opportunities for Baby Bay to get the first frag.
Let's put the spotlight on another FaZe player here. This one, Corey, I'm going to drop a couple stats on you guys. Statistically, the best performing individual in the game from the losing team. 383 combat score, 1.63 KD. I don't think we saw at one point that the kill number was up there, but I did not realize statistically how good a performance he had put up on the Rays here in this first map. Veli, I mean, he's going to have to continue to put performances up like that. Is there any more we can expect from this guy?
I mean, just continue doing that. I mean, we all saw both of the raises popping the oaths at the same time with the showstoppers. I believe it was Corey that killed himself, but still at the same time, he's able to apply so much pressure. We see the late boom bots coming out of hookah to make sure any type of intel is there for him and his team, and he's able to finish up kills. This FaZe matchup, even though I called it a 2-0, I still believe that they have a fighting chance. Now, coming into this next map, though, they're going to have to play lights out just like that T1 game.
Corey, just keep playing your game. You're doing just fine. You just need the other ones to step up a bit. And I saw it from Marv. And if he could continue it up on that second map, maybe they'll have a chance on the second map.
All right, FaZe going to have their work cut out for them as they move to split on the next map. It'll be Sentinels on the attacking side to kick things off. We're heading to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's VALORANT First Strike North America, Riv, and Golden Boy. We'll have you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to First Strike. I'm Riv, joined by Golden Boy. We just got done with map 1 for Sentinels versus FaZe, and Sentinels was able to look just a bit stronger. Obviously, on their attacking side, they were able to come out strong, Golden Boy, and FaZe may have their work very much cut out for them now.
Oh, yeah, because now we're going to be going to Split. And as I mentioned before the break, and our analysts have talked about a great deal, Split is a map that heavily favors Sentinels because it's one of the maps that they as a squad prided themselves on getting really good at. There was a point in time when Valorant only had 3 maps, and we had Split, which wasn't everyone's favorite map, so people were avoiding it. Well, Sentinels decided to make this into their home base, and make it their home base, they certainly did. Let's take a look now at the Agent Select presented by Verizon and see what locks we're getting here. An interesting Baby Bay going for the breach.
A little Sky for sick. Locked it in. All right.
This is interesting. This actually throws me off because he would typically run the Raze here, and I actually wanted to see some changes made. So I like that they ended up doing this because normally they would have Corey on Reyna and then Baby Bay on Raze and Marv on Phoenix. So it seems like they're swapping things up a little bit, and Baby Bay is going to take a little bit more of a passive role with those flashes as breach. Quite interesting.
Yeah, super interesting. Also seeing, obviously, who would you expect the Swiss Army knife to pull out another agent in Sky? And we'll see what he can do with that.
Is Sick playing Sky?
Sick is on Sky.
Dude, the man's a beast. I'm sorry. I know they seem like I'm fanboying for Sky, or for Sky, for Sick and for Sky.
You've named your top players you like to watch.
Well, I also am a newly minted Sky main as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Sick could do with this agent.
All right, we'll see what happens here. But you're right, I love looking at what's going on over here. Baby Bay shying away from that Jet. Like you said before, we'll see how this plays into the team. More utility base, standing back a little bit, or maybe he's on the front line trying to execute with those. Cages everywhere. So this is we're totally focusing on a fake strat coming out from Sentinels here. Let's see if they buy it. Already have 3 towards that side, and here comes a paranoia from Market. That usually marks a heaven take. And let's see how FaZe can respond in defense.
Now we ended up getting a tailwind right into sight. Shazam is going to go low here onto the plat, and they're going to get B with relative ease. They did use some utility in turn, but watch out for Dapper. Dapper can actually catch someone off guard here, and that is exactly what ended up occurring. Zachary just was not ready for it, but Baby Bay getting 2 kills of his own and keeping FaZe competitive here. But here comes Sinatra on the flank, finds 2 more players down low. They could swing this one instantly, and Dapper jumps right through with the right click. And Sentinels is starting exactly where they left off on Bind.
Yeah, quite quick there for the attack. I think what happened here for Sentinels was they felt very comfortable with having what was behind them covered, not realizing Sentinels actually got in that fast. There was the play for the retake, right? But you also have to remember to cover everything on your way out, and you can't leave those exits uncovered. So that's how Sentinels got all the way around. A great flank coming in there. We saw from the Frenzy Shazam to start getting that flank.
Well, yeah, no, Sinatra was also just reckless, and it's very much on brand for him. He's going to do this because he knows he can get away with it. He's got the support in order to execute.
That's one of the things that makes a good team great, right? It just escalates it a little bit more is when there's that confidence there that somebody will execute. Teams behind you when you do it. There's no second guessing, and you all have an angle to watch on your entry. It really makes the difference. Back and forth to start this one off. Lose 1 for each side, as it looks like we will get Sentinels again working towards that B side, and Sinatra's just making sure there's no long flank on this one.
Now, always become challenging with the classics, as even right-click being as powerful as it is, to retake that against the guns, the stronger weapons that Sentinels had was always going to be difficult. But once again, they will also be able to place this spike here at B. Now with Marv in play, you get a curveball to enter into the site and peek the corners, but Zoms was wise to that one and was also prepared for the jump shot there from Raucus.
Nice save. Gets himself out safe. No armor taken there. I don't want to worry about that. I have to rebuy if you go under 142. But yeah, here's that retake. Do what you can. That's an unfortunate one. The jumping classic either is full work or full not work, right?
Yeah. Sometimes it's the greatest thing in the world, and you'll see it connect, and you're like, this thing's OP. And then it whiffs, and you're like, why did they nerf it? That's the life of at least when I use the classic.
But why not for me? So see a little bit of mid coverage here. Just a lot of intel to start things off. Mid can't be given up that easily. Oh, my word. Armor taken away, though, however. Right away from Corey. He was one big to watch on Bind last map. The entries that he was able to get since Baby Bay wasn't finding ops, Sentinels wasn't peeking, were really big, but having Corey go down in the beginning of these rounds is a huge boon for Sentinels to start off round 3.
You're quite satisfied with that. That early damage gave Corey no options. I would have liked to have seen a change up there rather than him continuing to peek and play aggressive.
Agreed.
If he had already lost his armor, there's just no reason for him to continue to commit to that. He also didn't have Boombot 2 to scout out mid. It was already used at the beginning of the round. They're going to do the same thing again here, Sentinels. Give us a few looks. And with Sky having one Hawk left, this flash will obliterate these two players here.
Oh, my word.
And here comes the push. But Marv was actually going to... Oh, my word for it! He gets 3 kills there. Not enough to end the round, though. Now Zoms.
30 seconds left.
They'll get this spike down. 2 players left alive for FaZe, Baby Bay and Raucus. Do they have any utility? They have 1 paranoia to retake this.
Spike planted.
Oh,
I love it.
Smart. They're going to hold hands out here on the defender side.
They can definitely hear the utility going into sight, so they have an idea that they're going to have to go back in now. Zoms, now they start to split. Zoms has low HP. Sinatra's full against 2 full HP of Baby Bay and Raucus. Beautiful fault line coming in from Baby Bay, seeing this breach from him for the first time in competition. He looks towards B main, and that's not the spot, but now Raucus has the intel. He knows, and it's not going to be enough as he goes for Zoms, and he's tricked by Sinatra.
Wow, what a play from Sentinels. Like, you could just comb over that for so long. So many things happened that round. For one, Marv's 3K here was a thing of beauty. The Hawk didn't connect with him. They also didn't check the angled corner in heaven, but Zoms gets the kill, right? Huge for them. But then also that wraparound. That wraparound was great. That happened to them 2 times already. They need to be more cautious that Sentinels will have no problems going into defender side and taking space.
Beautiful plays back and forth. Heading up into heaven was, heaven for B was exactly what I was talking about before. That trust play of being with each other. Both teams executed that pretty well. Zom starts this one off nicely. Looks like they'll get a lot of mid action here. FaZe has been allowing themselves to peek mid, giving up that space. Sentinels is more than happy to take the firefight, and it looks like that's where we'll start off once again. A rolling thunder comes through, and what the execution from Baby Bay will be could be huge. Takes a Hawk to the face, and this smoke that they have put out actually shuts them down from really being able to use it.
Uh-oh. Well, Baby Bay, it was nice knowing you, buddy. A rolling
Had that
thunder
smoke
invested.
not been there.
Yeah, and a rolling thunder invested for you're right too, that dark cover really screwed them there. To get that gun and then to just lose it outright like that, you'd really want that rolling thunder for retakes if need be, but ain't gonna happen. We're just gonna have to look forward, and now we're gonna get some attention put here toward A. Baby Bay is actually gonna shift things up on A side 2, working in tandem there with Raucus. They're getting a lot of those duelists on B because they're anticipating some kind of presence and aggression.
Yeah. Round 5 seems to be the Sentinels alt start round here. We have one for Zom, Shazam, and Dapper as an alt start to creep up for Baby Bay and rest of the team. Marv has his run it back. And remember, rounds 5, 6, 7, once those alts start coming up for people, if they've been fragging, if they've been grabbing alt orbs, could be huge. And it's when we saw FaZe last map on Bind, they were able to stop the bleeding against Sentinels. And now Sentinels on attack here. They're showing us why the playbook says they're so damn good at split, Golden Boy.
Yeah, and be careful not to lose anyone too, because Neural Theft is online here for Dapper. He just needs a corpse. There's a TP into the A site. They get some information as to where Raucus is going to be. That allows Dapper to be able to go in and get that frag outright.
I know exactly where you
Oh, that makes things real difficult. They know exactly where the defenders are coming from.
Oh,
and it's just
Shazam, he's in everything. He's peeling. I'm sorry, he's peeling, folks. This is Shazam's game.
Oh!
He's disgusting. He's going for another one. He's going to hit it. Watch. Check it out. In the corner. I have confidence. I believe. Oh! Dang it. Okay. If I did, though, I would have sounded like a genius. Anyway, Zachary, though, trying to keep himself in this, or at the very least get some exits. Because time is certainly going to be ticking here. And I think walking away with the up, yeah, that's a small win for this one.
Yeah.
Had he hit it, though, Riv, had he hit it, I would have been
read about you.
It would have been, well, no, definitely not a threat about me. Would have had just
You're right,
nothing negative things to say.
You're right.
A statue, actually. I would prefer to.
Yeah.
Ooh, Zachary.
Oh,
what's up? That's okay.
Okay.
I mean, they did not want him to have that up.
Seems like there's enough moolah on the side of Sentinels here. Still getting Shazam his op. Phantoms around. Definitely seeing quite a bit of Phantoms. Seems like FaZe likes the Vandals, though, as Phantoms, I think, have a small uptick in usage here for NA First Strike. It's been interesting.
Have you seen 10 swing corners with a Phantom full sprint? I mean, come on, man.
Ooh. Probably. Quick throw to the face. Oh, Baby Bay. Up and on the breach still. Says, I don't need a dash to get out of any situation. I'm just going to hold my ground. And he'll still hold that ramp angle. Patience from Dapper as he might try to get the jiggle on here, but it's not going to be enough. Bay now on line, and he's feeling much better here on split, even though it might be Sentinel's map. Heaven take for Sentinels, maybe?
Yeah, they're peeping this one, but that hot hand slows things down. One player's going to be tucked away behind the box. You see in the picture-in-picture. Zachary is going to go down there. Shazam with the follow-up. Corey from behind with a stinger. Baby Bay now trying to make a miracle happen. Corey, he dodges the paranoia, and now they're going to swing all the way around. He's waiting for them, but they're not at default. Instead, they're going to run into the loving hands of Baby Bay, who's now brought down to 31 HP.
Oh, close. Nice dodge.
They know where they are, too, so a lot of noise is being made. Their only option now is to go A. They gave up B side completely. They've done this before, but oh no, Raucus, that was your opportunity to get that kill.
Oh, the timing there. Sentinels calls the audible from a B site play, goes through defender spawn, plants it back of site A. This is going to be a great angle here. Oh, takes out Corey Shins. It's not going to be enough. Baby Bay finds 4K on this with the operator, 31 HP to end it. And I'm sure he knows which wire to defuse on this one. So, big round coming in for FaZe. It's always these middle ones that the teams can start to bite back, and we're seeing FaZe do it again.
Yeah, this is where I needed FaZe to become more present in this match. And Baby Bay getting the op and playing in a passive role, because with Jet, you could be more aggressive because you have Tailwind to be able to bail you out. You have Cloudburst to break up vision. When you're opping with any other character, you want to play passive angles, hold areas, and just really focus on them longer. Baby Bay knows that, and I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing this style change from him, not using a jet, using a breach, but also having those flashes too. That's huge. He's got like 30 of them, I believe, right? So he'll be okay.
Sick and Raucus yet to frag within this game.
Wow.
Like Raucus has been focused on throwing out a lot of utility and not being in the same position he's usually in as that controller. Or whatever he's been playing.
That Wolf is going to make life very difficult for anyone that wants to follow up on a flash with Sky and play. Oh, Rolling Thunder actually is going to be used, and Zachary was not prepared for another player to be located on the side, and Marv is going to swing through for 3 of his own. A quick round there from FaZe. I thought it could have been a little problematic, but they recover. Managed to net themselves their second.
They needed that. They needed a thank you very much round. Those really build confidence. Yeah, they help you get through, and it gets some ults built up on that side. Seeing quite a few for the side of FaZe getting through that round. I was looking at inner ones. Sorry. They've actually used quite a bit. They just have Zachary's. Did I misread that right quick? I'm looking at the side of Sentinels. My showstopper's there for Sinatra, I believe, so we could get that out if they decide to go hard in this round. He's on a Spectre. We'll see how crazy they decide to get. Is it's going to be an A ramp work here? He gets pretty crazy to start that off.
Oh my word! Who is that? Who's banged up there in the corner? Because that is not good. Worse for wear there, unfortunately, for Zombs. Just you could sneeze on him. Although you don't want to do that in 2020, but that's all you need to do to be able to take out Zoms. But they're still playing around this, and they're still getting kills, Rivington. They're still getting kills.
Absolutely. He's wearing his mask. That's why they can't get to him. He's too protected. And now it's going to be the take up top. Zachary's been doing a great job in A heaven, but he's not going to be able to do too much other than one. Baby Bay still with the operator on elbow. And how much can he flex? That's another one on Zoms. It's in the sight with one. Does he have the time that it takes? It's going to be the dog out. Able to search him. Baby Bay gets that 3K now as he finds the shot, and that's going to be a beautiful one to make it work for the team. You know, this guy is just something else coming into the second map.
They need him. They needed him. He was quiet. Someone maybe sung Baby Bay a lullaby, and he wasn't waking up. But now, Baby's awake.
Classic.
Ready to frag.
With cheese.
See, though,
oh my.
Even then, what I find so ridiculous about Sentinels is they could be in the worst possible spots, and they still get kills. They still make the round kind of sort of winnable for them.
Ooh. Sentinels with a fast take. Will this happen, Golden Boy? That's going to be a Roomba kill to start things off, and Sinatra cannot get past the opening gate on these rounds, GB.
It's always nice when the child is going to contribute. But they went aggressive into A, and they had no other choice, right? You just have Stingers, Spectres, right? No real weapons to use here. That's why you got to play this one close, and last one left alive is going to be Zoms on site with this Stinger. You're going to be able to get one kill, but if they're smart, they're going to trade this one off instantly, and he doesn't even do that. They still manage to nail it, and that is going to be FaZe coming back into this game, Riv.
Yeah.
A critical swing for FaZe that have now made them competitive on Split.
So this change for Baby Bay becomes a paradigm shift in the fact that he's not going forward. It's a complete mental shift. He's staying back, playing more retake, being alive for utility.
True.
The operator's there for more shots, and now he's 12-5 as opposed to trying to pick up scrap kills at the end of a round when he's got 4 people looking at him. Now he doesn't matter if there's 5 people looking at him and it's beginning of the round, and that is starting to pay off huge. You said he needed to come online, and Baby Bay's here to play on Breach.
It shows his range, Rivington, right?
Yeah.
I was worried that Baby Bay was going to be a one-trick pony. Oh, I push, I hold W, and I get frags. I kill. No. He's showing composure. And that's what you need if you want to succeed in this game. But look at Marv. Trying to take some space at main. It just doesn't work out in his favor. Oh, no. Doggy found him. Doggy found him. He has to TP out. He has no choice.
Once bitten, never again. He's out. You don't want to get caught where concussed in that. He could make a play with that ultimate towards the other side. They are going to get Raucus into the site real quick as Sinatra makes a little bit of space here. If he can find the kill that he does want. Just quickly shoots towards the backside. So they have control of B. The retakes for FaZe have been tough here. Let's see if they can execute on this one to keep their round wins going.
They will have a flash to try and take space on site here, but Heaven will be the call. Shazam, though, on the flank. Shazam on the flank. He might actually find himself 1, 2, 3. Oh, he gets 1 for his effort. But don't worry, Sig's going to be there to have his back, and it's Sinatra not to be left out of the action there. Baby Bay all alone with no real options other than to hold on to his weapon, and finally Sentinels will stop the bleeding.
Operator save there. You can see, you read how Shazam was shooting them and you know exactly what happens. You plug Zachary so much with so many bullets. Oh, he's dead. I'm going to transfer over. Wait, that guy lived. I got to go back. It's the situation we've all been through, and they lose the operator. I obviously thought there was going to be the run-up, but he might have heard him, but no, just clean sweep on that op out, and here he's like, oh, dead? Oh, wait, no. Comes back, but overall, like I said, it's so hard for FaZe to retake these B-sides from Sentinels.
Yeah, the way that they lock down and hold in the post plants, everyone just needs to be taking out a notebook and writing it down.
Still got some econ. See that operator, Golden Boy for Baby Bay, so he can still make some work, maybe?
Yeah, he's
back and forth.
Unless Raucus got it, and okay, it seems like Raucus and Baby Bay have swapped it.
Super interesting.
Kind of goes back to what I had mentioned before, right? That they are able to do this, and Sentinels is not going to be expecting this. You have a secondary option with Raucus. You might as well take advantage of it because they're anticipating Baby Bay, and they're like, where he is, the op is going to be. So the changeup could be quite helpful here for FaZe.
In that same sense, he has the ultimate Ruckus on Omen, so he can quickly get over to where he may need to be with those op shots. Sentinels working this one quite slow. They want the last few rounds to matter here, so they can start off with a strong pistol. That's everyone's hope. As we have 50 seconds left in this round. Utility is pretty scarce now, as it's been used quite a bit. You can see Zombs on a recount for his second smoke there. And it looks like they'll want B. It's just very slow, and FaZe has, as we said, FaZe before was peak and vents, peak and top, and they were giving him a bit to look at, but now FaZe is waiting back, and it's causing some troubles for Sentinels.
So smart there. So smart to hold that one, but unfortunately follow up with another kill. Baby Bay, though, a bit scattered on that shot, but it is going to land the target, and then he follows through with a third shot there, thus bringing him within one. They were waiting for that prime opportunity. It was about the Baby Bay on the rafters. That first flash, although it didn't really help Marv all that much, it still was going to assist him because he knew that it was coming. And once they made contact, they knew that they had them right where they wanted them.
I always wonder where teams feel they are, right? Because sometimes you talk to a team and they say, well, they didn't even get to double digits on us, like 10, 11 rounds. So it wasn't that bad. The Sentinels feel great that they have 6. Like, would 7 be amazing for them? And we'll see coming out of the second half just what that confidence is. Here, the last round of the first. FaZe looking to tie it up with a few more kills. Marv going aggressive with the run it back, and he'll get quite a bit of info there.
Oh, this could be really bad here, but some kills now starting to go in the favor of Sentinels. Actually, quite a few. 2 players are going to be left alive, Zachary and Marv, as Marv is going to be playing at the back of the screen. It is not going to work out for him. Does Zachary play this one slowly? I think he thought maybe he could just delay it here, but with the amount of guns that are going to be focusing right on him, it simply was not meant to be. And Sentinels will end the half 7-5. So to answer your question, Riv, I think they're feeling okay about 7-5.
Right. Okay.
But I also think too, like them now on the defense on split 7-5. I think you're feeling all right. You're feeling good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd have that same idea as well. You know, always attacking feels like you can be on this landslide loss over and over. And it's sometimes hard to come back on, but we've seen both teams kind of even this one up. 7-5 is one of those common scores that we see, but like we said, does Sentinels feel a little better here? Sinatra's with the frenzy, ghosts around for Sentinels otherwise. It looks like quite a few saves here to the classics. I should say saves, but holds on classics, which means your utility is going to be more full, and FaZe will have a little bit more to offer in that area this round.
And the last point on that, before the action starts, is I think if you're asking who's feeling better, FaZe is feeling better. Because they were down 5-0. They were down 5-0, and they managed to make this competitive. So I like think that. If you're FaZe, you're like, yeah, you know, this is not bad. It could have been worse.
I have dropped the spike.
Definitely right. FaZe is probably feeling pretty good coming into this one. A lot have that armor of light. Sticking with their classics. Some curveballs down low. Is there just, even with curveballs like that, Marv can be looking for a step, someone to move, to know that there is someone at location, so the rotation over to B is a little bit longer unless you hold that vent area and they come through. So you're even just movement and audio gives you a clue. They see one backside, Mar is able to hit him right through his own gate. Dapper goes down, and they're going to have B sight in FaZe's favor.
They know that they have bodies up on top of heaven. Sinatra's going to make his way down low. As Sick is going to join in and pick up a kill. 3 frags as if it was nothing. Marv trying to keep the drive alive here, but it is not meant to be. Zachary on the flank tried to pull what Sentinels did in that last round. It was a smart play to make, but just not really what you want. And with that pistol round win means that Sentinels statistically are going to be in a better spot because they should go up 9-5 here, that much closer to advancing to the semis.
Absolutely. It's going to be tough now that they can get that money roll to bonus into the next round. We may see some stingers here from FaZe. I would love it, but it's tough. Where do you get in? You always kind of have a choke point here to get through unless you're using a huge amount of utility, which then means you really don't have it for the enemy's retake. So it looks like they are going to be going for quite a save here. Always respect the Sheriff by Corey with the Sheriff is disgusting. So especially Marv behind him. We'll see if they can make anything work this round with the Sheriff or FaZe.
Sick just continuing to scout. Sky's utility is insane. just that you can clear so many areas with Sky. Like, unlike Boombot that goes one way and kind of zips back and forth and does some damage, like, if you're not really seeing anything, like in the ramen area, right, you just double back around. Go to sewer, right? Like, you can
mark your territory.
And it's
get around
dog,
there.
So
it's a dog. Make sure
that's
no
a weird
one's there
animation.
in your home.
Oh, Shazam!
What?
Shazam! That's it, baby. That's it. That was a clean shot. Both around the corner. It's just a tap. He hit the aim trainer today.
Oh my word. Those ones just make you feel good. Oh, wow. Shazam coming up huge there. Kills like that as well. You know, there's always hope in the eco round, and then that kind of just deflates it right there if somebody can come up even harder without taking too much damage. Looks like FaZe still going for a bit of a come around. 6 ready for this one, though. He's checking the right rope as they come up. 1, 2, 3. Spikes dropped. Oh, what a catch! Juggled to Corey, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down as well as Sick gets 2 of his own.
It's like the, you know, it was happening and the spike kind of flew up. So at that moment, Corey just had to grab it, you know, and he was like, wait, what? Oh, man. Look at this. Some clean taps to the face.
Flawless.
That really was a flawless, suitable for Prime Gaming.
Absolutely.
I'll take that.
Absolutely. Lock it in, right in the books. We'll come back to it later. See what the work is. A little bit of mid here. They want to block off B Heaven.
Blinded.
You may also get some information, too, because of the blind. Sky with the notification that it does hit and confirm at least one target. It's actually going to go for it again, and at the worst possible time for Corey, too, as well as Baby Bates to take a look.
There, yeah. You see how much consideration here is coming from FaZe that Sentinels may have pushed up. They obviously, you want to clear every corner, but some of these are extravagantly close that Sentinels would even be right now, but they are not leaving anything up to chance of what Sentinels may have in their mind. And Shazam is trying to deploy in strategy as the IGL. Right now, he's deploying some op shots, able to take down Baby Bay, who has been a huge factor here for FaZe. So that's one of the big frags, an impact frag to start this round off.
They'll be okay, though, as far as vision blocking is concerned, not losing Raucus early in the round. Although having the multitude of flashes that Breach provides would have been a huge plus here for FaZe.
30 seconds left.
Now they're going to have to make a swing happen, and Shazam's got them red. There goes the coverage. Here comes the smoke, and actually a well-timed push. As soon as that dark cover dropped, they ended up playing against their own dark cover, which is so smart here. But now Sick tucked in the corner. He'll be all right. That's 3 kills for Sick. And even with him getting bullied out of mid, Sick still was a factor that round.
It's all right. He's a defensive Sky.
I mean, just right here, there's too many areas for Marv to have to look at. He knows that there's action happening in the elbow. So you're prioritizing that player who could be making a swing, not realizing that Sick was just waiting for the opportunity to strike the whole time. And it happened because of mid-round play.
Sheriff on Sheriff over on this side. Raucus having a rough game here. Down with 1 frag so far, and Sentinels is taking that into advantage. Sick, another kill. Great start for him. Definitely been picking up a lot more frags on this round on that Sky. We haven't been seeing this play too much, but he is starting to show up. Shazam again with the operator. Changing spot. Always takes a shot, figures out where to go next, but right there it's in the eyes of the enemy, and Zachary fires back. Finally, a little retribution for his team, and the shots from Sinatra on elbow. It's just such a firefight back and forth. Sentinel's always happy to keep moving forward, find where FaZe might be coming from on any of their eco rounds so they can't gain too much ground.
No space given, no space taken.
Nope.
So at the start of the half, I was like, FaZe is feeling pretty good the way that they've been able to bounce back. But the difference here between what happened at the beginning of the game is you're now looking at 11-5. And your eye has to be fixated at the top of the screen. Every round now is going to come with a certain degree of caution.
Absolutely.
What do they do? How do they try and stop this? Because it feels as if Sentinels, no matter what FaZe does, has them read like an open book.
It comes down to you have to play to win, but you can't play to not lose. That's way too passive for the current game. You just have to move forward, keep that pace that'll keep you getting first blood. They don't have the operator to work anymore. It doesn't seem like they favored it on FaZe's side for attack here. It has been the Vandals. However, they also have been struck for that economy with Sentinel's run on rounds here, second half. Slow, like you said, Golden Boy. And maybe Slow wins the race on at least this round, but they have their backs against the wall and so many more to go. Looking at where alt charges could be, Shazam's ready with Bladestorm if things do get out of hand. And looking a few coming up on alts now as we get towards the later rounds in this second half.
So the flash did prompt some movement, but it was not going to be enough here. And it has given him perhaps a false sense of confidence that no one is going to be pushed up. That is where Zachary should strike if given the opportunity to do so. He's going to be the guy that I'm really focused on here, because if he gets his kill, it will open things up greatly for them. And he will, because Shazam was prepared for it. Now here comes the push. They know where the op is, so they can at least play around this information, but Corey now is just going to be trapped inside of a cyber cage. No options, no time, flawless, presented by Prime Gaming. This is it, match point. Sentinels, they're not looking to close this game out with anything fancy. They're simply just going to end the run of FaZe Clan right here, right now, at the pace we're going at.
Golden Boy, that round in particular, and I didn't catch it before, but I just it's like a red and dead. Sentinels read the strat, were never really in sight, right? Marv was floating around top mid the whole time. Vents, he had it. Could have gone into heaven, he had it. Sentinels laid back. They said, let's watch the strat first and then just attack them once we know what they're doing. Instant takedown of the site defense once FaZe was in it. That was awesome by Sentinels, and we're really seeing them start to flex a little bit where they know they want these rounds and this match to be over.
In this position, Riv, with that Odin, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Also, good luck trying to take out the op up on heaven there. And there's Sinatra again. He's looking, it's match point, series point. Sinatra's looking to flank with an Odin. 2020 is a crazy year. Corey doesn't want to have any of those shenanigans, and he's gonna stop it right in his tracks. The Odin is down, but there's another flanker potentially pushing forward here. There goes the rocket. Boom, it connects. That should be a moment for them to push up on B, but instead they're going to play this one slowly, but right into the loving hands of Sick. And Sick gets one. He's looking for one more. He's going to get the flash. No, he doesn't. He does have an inclination, though, that he is going to be in that corner. And that's why he's just going to back up the Rolling Thunder so that Baby Bay can get some space and get control here. I just don't think control is an option when dealing with Sentinels.
Great turns coming in. They're trying to test each other as much as possible here as the spike will be planted over A from Zachary. Baby Bay is just giving the other members hell here. And they get the rotation on. Now this means Baby Bay will not be there as he picks up a Phantom to get there with Zachary. Golden Boy, this could be the round. He has to run.
He has to fly here. Zachary has a lot of work in front of him. Can he find one kill as two players are going to swing him at the same time? And now it's down to Baby Bay. Does he spam through this one here? Does manage to get one kill. Halfway for Shazam. Get the second kill, but can he get the third? And no, he cannot. Sentinels are moving on.
What a way to end that one. What a job by Sentinels, and they did indeed. The question was answered. Look comfortable coming into the second half of Split with a 7-5. We know their win percentage on that map is through the roof, and it was going to be tough when we saw FaZe lose on the map that would have given them an upper hand in this series.
It started off close, you know, but I think part of that was the kind of map that Split is, but also, you know, because once we got on the defense for Sentinels, I mean, dude, they were on point, right? There was like nothing that could stop them. But to FaZe's credit, though, the improvement in progress that they've made up until this point is certainly something that we have to take note of. And I do believe that FaZe is only going to continue to improve from here. If you go and watch that package that was made for Sinatra, a lot of those same rules and thoughts that Sinatra had applies for 4 of the 5 members on FaZe. So expect more greatness from them down the line. But today, greatness is something that belongs to Sentinels and has belonged to Sentinels for an extremely long time. It doesn't seem like it's ending anytime soon.
No, it doesn't. They seem to be able to pull everything out they need to under pressure, or even when they don't have too much to offer in a situation and they're at a disadvantage. They know how to work in-game strats right in the middle of the round, which is super important. I think a lot of teams are still developing that, and it's something to it's something that's very hard to come by if you haven't kind of had attack FPS background at all. You know, what's that timing on the big flank? What's this timing? How are the fake diffuses going to work? Are all things that everybody's coming to learn a little bit more. And like we mentioned before, there's still way more to min-max. We haven't seen it all yet. There's more to be released in the future, and I'm excited to see how that all develops, Golden Boy. Right now, we're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to break that series down.
Thank you very much, Riv. You can see underneath me the final score, 2-0. I was hoping for the 1-1. Vansili 7-5 going into the half. And then the perfect defensive split on split for Sentinels to close it out. Before we get into the gameplay itself, though, I want to start in Agent Select because we had two major switch-ups. First and foremost, we had Sick on the Sky, bringing it out on split for our first taste there. And then on the flip side, we had Baby Bay reaching for the breach. But let's talk Sky first.
Yeah, definitely. When I talked about Sky going into the pregame of today, I said she could definitely be a good agent that's going to replace Sova on certain maps. And I think on a map like Split in North America specifically, when it's a map that no team actually picks up a Sova, having a Sky is really good. You may see that in the assist department for Sick. He hasn't had that many assists from Flashes or from the Trailblazer, but just a kid enough was great for the information for Sentinels to actually get the rounds, because look at the guiding lights that went down. They didn't really act upon it, but just that audible cue to say, enemy spotted, enemy spotted. He knows that there's going to be possibly a phase push towards the B garage, the Trailblazer to see where the rotations are coming from when he's actually using it towards screens on post-plan situations, and especially the Seekers. The ult coming out and knowing where the players are being positioned, where the rotations are coming from, allows Sentinels to get those setups and that perfect defensive half in the end.
As we take a look at our Prime Gaming map highlights, Veli, let's talk Baby Bay on that breach as well.
Yeah, I was about to say also, you take a look at Baby Bay. We've seen him on Jet and popping off, but Baby Bay on breach makes so much sense, Dash. We saw it on round 6. We have him up at A ramp, but the thing is, he had an up. I was like, okay, how's he gonna do this? He's not gonna be a way to evade shots if he misses his own shot, like we see with Mame on Omen or Wardell on Jet. But the thing is, he has all of that utility to push players back. You have the long distance flash, you have the aftershocks, you have the rolling thunder that we saw put in use round number 7, where Baby Bay just went completely off. I believe he got a 4K round 6 as well. That's the type of meta I'm here for. And if you can utilize that type of utility to clear the way to make sure you get that one-on-one with breach to secure that op shot, then Baby Bay might be onto something.
I mean, look at that stat line. Look at that stat line in a game where you only had 5 total round victories. I mean, eventually it literally felt like Baby Bay against the world. Unfortunately, in this case, the world won.
Literally, Baby Bay against the world in that second map. We talked about the first one saying, hey, Corey Overwatch, Corey now Valorant, being able to put big numbers on Bind. Keep doing your thing. We need the other guys to step up. Baby Bay definitely stepped up to the plate. We didn't hear too much about Corey. And unfortunately, we didn't hear at all from Raucus. He was one in something. And I don't want to actually bash him because of his because of the lack of kills that he had for the team. But overall, he was super quiet. The smokes didn't help. The paranoias maybe from time to time to try to hold the defensive side, but you need that firing power, especially coming up against Sentinels. You have to bring your A game. This is a do or die. We keep talking about single elimination going into this bracket for First Strike in North America, and now unfortunately with FaZe losing, they're out of this tournament.
And again, that's where I come back to, given the fact that it is Sentinels who is going to move on, Veli, taking a look at how you might attack this Sentinels roster. Versatility is the word of the day, I think, when it comes to Sentinels, and they've shown it even more here on this map, bringing out the Sky for a player like Sick. Shazam's showing up on his day. He had great effectiveness on Bind. This is starting to look like a team that can make the run all the way to the finals.
I said it yesterday, man. This is a team full of superstars. They know they're good. when Shazam was in screens and he was getting pinched from everywhere, the fact that he was able to pop off with the op, switch to the pistol, kill Baby Bay, I believe he got a 4K that round. You can't stop him. but also Sick. I mean, the first map for me was everything for Sick. We all thought that this team was going to struggle there, but they got the win from the aggressive raise play. And it just shows no boundaries that this team has whenever they have to switch agents and throw in a little bit of Sky, throw in a little bit of Sinatra with an LMG. They still make it work.
All right, well, that's enough out of us. I want to hear from the winners themselves after that impressive, perfect defensive half. Let's throw it over to Smix to hear from one of our winners.
Thank you very much, Dash. It looks like our streak of pretty one-sided quarterfinal matches continues as the Sentinels have a very, very dominant showing, 2-0 over FaZe. So congratulations on that, Sinatra. I think a lot of people looked at you guys as the tournament favorites coming in here, and obviously as the favorites over FaZe themselves. But that being said, FaZe is still a dangerous team, specifically with fraggers like Corey on their roster. So with that in mind, was there a specific game plan coming into today's match?
Yeah, I think everyone knows FaZe is a pretty, puggy type team, I would say. So definitely aggressive type players. Definitely played a little more passive today, waiting for them to get in our crosshairs, stuff like that, and just, capitalizing off their mistakes. So
it was particularly great to see you guys on Bind. Shazzy just popping off, top fragging as well. Was Bind a specific focus of yours in practice? Because more recently, we noticed there's been a couple of losses, and even the wins themselves were pretty close.
Yeah. Not really, honestly. We scrimmed to focus on every map. I don't think we really looked at our bind that much. We've been looking at our ascent, to be honest, because it's been looking questionable. Okay, I shouldn't have said that because of our strategy. But, yeah.
Well, I still noticed that one of the changes that was brought onto Bind was Zoms on Omen over Brimstone. So I'm curious, what was the logic there?
I think we realized that Omen is just a way better Brim. The only thing Brim has better is just the Molly, but Omen's Flash is just way too good. Like, as a supportive type ability, it's good in literally every situation, and you could also smoke across the map, so he could smoke Hookah from A, so it's just way better.
Yeah. And of course, moving on to Split, it's obviously been a map that's been fantastic for you guys, and you were able to close it out in 13-5 fashion. I want to take a step back and just ask about you and the team. Earlier this week, Shazam did share the heartbreaking news about his father, and I don't think there's a person in the world that would have blamed you guys had a different Sentinels showed up today. Did you personally have any concerns about the team's mentality headed into the match today, or is the motivation that much higher to provide the W for him?
Yeah, honestly, it's really, really tragic. Obviously, it sucks. So because of that, we didn't really have that much scrims at all. We only scrimmed yesterday and the day before. I mean, we grinded like 8 hours. It's obviously a really, really, really sucky situation. Honestly, we just hope for his recovery. We don't really care about like the performance that much. Like, obviously we want to win, but like his mental definitely matters the most. So we're just praying for him and just trying to get through it together. And obviously try to go out with a bang, put our hearts in the matches, stuff like that. So, yeah.
I think we certainly felt your heart in today's match with a great start here at VALORANT First Strike, the victory. And now moving forward to the semifinals, it's going to be either 100 Thieves or T1. Both teams you played pretty recently in the qualifier. So I'm curious, on your behalf, would you rather get revenge on 100 Thieves for the loss 2-1, or would you rather reface T1 because you beat them?
Honestly, I don't mind who we play, but I'll say T1 because it's just fun playing that team because they have a lot of veterans, like all the ex-iBuy Power players. It's just always fun playing against those guys, so yeah.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much, Sinatra, for sharing your thoughts. I think regardless, it should be a pretty juicy semifinal match. And with that, after this commercial break, it will be 100 Thieves taking on T1, so don't go anywhere.
I still wake up every day hungry to win. I haven't really changed my priorities. Given, I'm getting a bit older, I still feel like I can play and compete with the best, and I think for as long as my head's in the game, I can just keep on going, and we'll see how far I can go.
Had a date with death, but I took a ranger. Lord knows what you give up for a paycheck. What up to the function just so I could break legs. Oh yeah, baby! We don't play, we don't stay pressed. We just play blessed.
When you think of Scadoodle, you think major winner, MVP, because there's not many North American players that have done that, and he's pretty much done everything you could do in Counter-Strike. I brought him into Cloud9 in 2015, and we went on a crazy run with Tyler. He took over the world, he was a star player, and when I retired, he actually, kept that up. He's literally been redlining the whole time. He won a CSGO major.
They made it work! Cloud9 are your E-League major champions!
I don't think anyone in North America believed that we had a team that could compete at that level. I was sitting there on the analyst desk. I had goosebumps. I started tearing up myself. I couldn't believe what they had just done.
Scadoodle's won the major!
And Scadoodle with the MVP, huge performance, stepped down from CS shortly after that. It was literally a Cinderella story.
That was something I was chasing for my entire career. It took me a long time, but I never gave up. And at the very end, I finally achieved what I wanted to. More importantly, we got North America on the map because, the Europeans, they've been bullying us all the time on the majors, and it felt really good to capitalize on that moment.
As a close friend of Scadoodle, seeing him come back to Valorant was shocking. I actually worked for the company that represented Scadoodle and got deals for him as a streamer, and he was a very successful streamer. But one thing I know about Tyler from playing with him is the guy doesn't want to lose. Even if he's playing the most casual game on stream, you can see his frustration when things aren't going right, and I think it brought him back to Valorant.
I think in terms of being a competitive player, I think everyone has a window, and I felt like I still had a lot left in the tank, and I wanted to come back and really try and push to see if I could get more done. It was a great opportunity, and so, I'm just taking it.
When he came to Valorant, it was very interesting because he was playing these supportive elements. He played a lot of Sage in the beginning, and it just wasn't working out for him. And then Scadoodle benched himself on T1. It definitely surprised me a bit.
We were just struggling to find a direction. Sometimes you need to make some sacrifices and reevaluate your own play and see how you can kind of mesh well with the team. I told myself that I was just going to step back and work on an agent, Jet, formally, to just kind of give us consistency. We were kind of all over the place, and if I can just stick to doing this one job well, just playing Jet, being an aggressive opper, I can lay the foundation for the rest of the team to do what they need to do.
Pull up and show how I got me. See what this round looks like. Yeah, we just smoked that, then I spilled my heart and left it on stage.
Scadoodle repositions and he gets another one. Point, they're really questioning whether or not this was the right call. With 2 members left, what the heck? They might as well. Scadoodle with 4 on the operator, just serve him up the ace. For the time being.
Okay.
I think it says a lot about Tyler's character that he was able to deal with those things and come back on a different agent and have this much success. He's not the type of person that's going to be bragging on Twitter about a performance or posting his own clips or telling his friends about a sick play. He honestly might win a 1 versus 5 and he doesn't do anything. He puts in the hard work, and I think he expects very highly of himself. And that's it. That's all that matters to him.
Scadoodle answers back. He's going to have to hold the line once more. He's dropping back. He's going to find Neptune for now. J-Mo for the second in a row. One more click and Shank. What a beast.
Winning first strike is very important to me. Winning the first big tournament in anything is... It's like putting a statue up. It's like the first, who won the first big event? That would be really awesome to be a part of. Not only be big for myself, but for my teammates as well, because I want them to accomplish a lot. For T1, of course, the first strike win would be huge for them. And like I couldn't ask for anything more. It's going to be really tough, but we're here to play it.
Scadoodle, absolute royalty when it comes to CSGO, putting North America on the map and now looking to put his stamp on yet another game here at Valorant First Strike. Veli, Scadoodle alongside another big name like Brax. When I take a look at this T1 lineup, I do believe there is some magic to be had.
Oh, magic is definitely going to happen with these two. And, I got those Spider in there as well. Shout out to all the T1. But Brax is so special to me. Brax is a duelist basically on a Cypher. And it's kind of weird. So thinking back to the close qualifiers, I remember seeing Brax on Haven pushing down C Long by himself, clearing sight, doing stuff like that with Cypher. His toolkit doesn't allow flashes or anything like that like duelists have. Put things in their advantage. He doesn't have paint shells, but he gets the kills done. You put an op in his hand, he's going to finish those kills as well. This team is so well-rounded now, and the fact that they were so patient with putting Scadoodle in the lineup, putting Scadoodle on the bench to practice with Jet before bringing him back into the lineup, to have their heads on straight. They know what it takes to win. And 100 Thieves, I don't know. This might be a good game. I'm thinking we're going to go to a third map finally.
Finally. I'm hoping for it, Vans. What do you think?
I think definitely this is the matchup I've been waiting for this whole qualifier, or at least in the quarterfinals rather, sorry. And it's going to be amazing to watch. And I think why they matched themselves very well. First off, let's talk about that storyline of the iBuyPower roster. Steel now playing against his former teammates. And then you have Nitro that's probably played against these players before from T1 and Counter-Strike. And Hiko was also a teammate versus with days before. So I think you have 3 veterans right now in this roster that probably could learn about or know about the mindset, of days when he's going to call into this matchup. So if things are going to start falling apart here for T1, 100 Thieves could definitely take advantage of that.
All right. I mean, the story the entire past few months through both qualifiers and now into First Strike around this 100 Thieves team is exactly that, the roster that they've built. Hiko at the helm, the mainstay, that point of consistency, but the young guns behind him who can definitely make some magic of their own. That's where I'm really curious, where players like Scadoodle are going to match up against the youngins. But they're going to have to do it on what we think is maybe going to be the first 3-map series. Let's take a look at those 3 maps, Veli, because it will be the first time that we see Haven played here in First Strike with 100 Thieves on the attacking side. Yes, finally!
All right, so looking at this map pool, and wow, this is great. 2 out of 3 of these maps are great for both teams, but also there's going to be one map that's a complete L. You take a look at Haven, T1, they were 0-2 on Haven when it came to the First Strike close calls. So this is going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle of wits. So that's why the IGL is going to have to step up more than ever. Yes, we always talk about the fraggers, the snipers. They're going to need that level of consistency, but this is going to be a true mind game. And that's where I think 100 Thieves might have a step up over T1.
All right, so maybe giving Haven over to 100 Thieves. How are you feeling about that bind selection for T1, Vansili?
Bind looks good for T1 for sure. I've seen night and day performances from that roster too, looking at this map, using more utilities to take map control on showers more specifically. There's no more of that, hey, let's have one player hold one side, one player hold the opposite, and then 3 players work mid. They're now moving with utilities to try to take that map control, and attacker side looks a lot better here for T1. On top of that, I've heard rumors that Spider may be switching off from Omen to play a duelist, maybe, for example, Raze. That could be huge because Spider he's cracked when it comes down to aiming, and now to be able to put him on a duelist where smokes could be on somebody else's back and somebody else's responsibility, T1 might look a lot more aggressive also playing on these maps.
Well, working with your line of logic here, Veli, that 2 maps look good for each team, and the assumption that we are going to the 3rd map, it would all come down to Ascent. So along with your prediction, who you feeling has the edge if and when we make it to that 3rd and final map?
Oh, this is hard. This is a coin flip. There's no clear cut.
I'm not here to make it easy on you. I'm not here to make it easy on you.
All right, I might set myself up for failure because T1 hasn't been historically good, but what we saw from them last time, they popped off. Like I said, that Sentinels game, they showed us a lot. I'm rocking with T1 if they can maintain that level of play. I think they're going to get it 2-1.
Ooh, the 7th seed over the 2 seed. T1 over 100 Thieves in the 2-1 fashion. Vansili, what about you?
This is probably the prediction where I have the least confidence in because, again, these two teams match up against each other so well. But I'm still going to have to give it to 100 Thieves 2-1.
Okay, wow, we've got the split prediction in that regard. We're hoping for that 3-1 in our final quarterfinal here of Valorant First Strike North America. With that, the teams are ready, the casters are ready. Over to DDK and Sean Garris for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash. Oh my God, I can't contain my excitement here. Sean, I mean, my mind is just blown by this series. There's so many incredible storylines to talk about here. There's so much in terms of what these teams have been doing with Valorant and the evolution they've been going through to talk about. Where do we start?
There's so many storylines, like you said. There's obviously, you know, the band players coming over from Counter-Strike that hadn't competed in so long. We have Dazed at the helm of T1. I never thought I would see him competing ever again. It looked like he was going to go that content creator route. I can say the same thing about Scadoodle, though, on that same team. You also have the narrative of, you know, Hiko played in those early tournaments. Remember those early tournaments where I think it was like Scadoodle, Nothing, Swag. They just won an AZK. They won everything. But Hiko didn't want to stay with them. He wanted to make his own project, and he started 100 Thieves. And do you remember what the initial 100 Thieves looked like? Well, let's not get lost in that. Here's the Agent Select, presented by Verizon. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Haven is...
Yeah.
It's such a mainstay. I feel like it's one of the first maps that really got figured out, quite attacker-sided.
Oh.
Is there anything that you're seeing right now, Sean, that you're curious about?
So I am actually very interested in the fact that I see Steel on Cypher and Brax is the one on Killjoy. Usually those roles would be reversed. That's quite an interesting little twist in things. Now, I don't think the maps really matter all that much in this series. I know that sounds crazy, but these teams are so polished across all the maps. They come prepared, and actually both of these teams... Wow. Haven might be a little bit of an exception for T1 now. So Haven, this could be a little sketchy because all of their games come down to the wire. They're 1-3 in their last 4. That doesn't sound too great. But, I mean, they are playing outstanding teams, right? They're not losing to average Joes or anything like that. They're losing to Sentinels, Dignitas Immortals, and they defeated Genji. So this is definitely going to be a close game. I think the impact player to watch is probably going to be AZK on Breach. If he has a good game, he looks out of his comfort zone sometimes. If he has a good game on Breach, I could see T1 stealing this map, and that would be huge for the series.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going straight into this one, so there's not too much time left for theory crafting. This will be map 1 between 100 Thieves and T1 here in their quarterfinal matchup. For me, I feel like 100 Thieves could go all the way, but T1, they're also my dark horse of this tournament, so I feel like they also have the capacity to make it all the way to the grand finals of this tournament here for First Strike North America. Right off of the bat, Sean, we've got the buy time, and we're already seeing some of these players set up.
Yeah, we're seeing some Killjoy stuff on C. A slight stack towards the C site with both the Omen and the Jet. I think both teams are going to feel each other out at the start of this round based on what I'm seeing at the spread. It could be an early B hit, though.
So early presence in mid-outside garage towards the grass position. You see Asuna looking to get in there with the Frenzy. And that curveball as well, clears some space. They've got the dark cover there on the C window as well. Quite typical stuff, clearing a lot. This is a lot of presence and threat towards the C position here, but it's actually going to be a B here. We can see most of the players now making their way into that B side. Brax there for T1 at the back, just giving up the space, doesn't want to take a bad engagement, and now his teammates are starting to make their way across. Scadoodle starting off the action there, able to take down Asuna. Steel tries to defend, and finally, Brax is able to make good of that position backside. We'll get some flanking here from Dicey, and it's all really on him. Hiko can be annoying there, delay them. But we'll have to see if it's going to amount to too much. I think it was really on Dicey there. Hiko's able to deny it for a moment, but it's really not going to work out ultimately. But pretty cool strat there, Sean. It looked like they were trying to create that threat towards that C site, maybe catch a rotation out of B as they walk into the B site.
Yeah, it was definitely a very cool tactic to take garage control, try to force that rotate out of B, like you said, and then get the plant in. I think actually the Jet, I think maybe Scadoodle blocked the shock dart from Hiko, which would have actually fragged the diffuser. That was a pretty interesting note. They were trying to deny the defuse. Quick round for T1, and now we're right into the swing of things again.
Yeah, not too much investment. Some teams have been actually going for the force buy, and we did, of course, get that plant. even though they lost the round, so there is some additional money given. So that does make a potential force buy even stronger. But we'll see that 100 Thieves will opt to go for a save here, a couple ghosts, and they'll see what they can do with their utility. On the defense here, Sean, as far as T1 are concerned, what are we looking at in terms of keeping this round as safe as possible?
Well, what you saw from Spider right there says everything, right? He saw that smoke top C, he saw a little bit of presence coming towards him, and he immediately reeled out towards CT spawn. That tells me they're going retake C on these sketchy C pops. Although right now he moved to the back site because it's now cleared. Scadoodle prodding A for information. This is very well done early by T1 right now.
Yeah, I like how we're seeing T1 just happy to give up that plant. They don't mind too much as long as they don't lose too many players. They're really relying on that retake ability. And here goes the Sova drone. Lots of utilities to make that work. Brax with that initial position, looking for any swings from shorts. A very cheeky spot there from Dicey for the swing, but that won't amount to too much. And should be pretty good here, just taunting 100 Thieves there, tapping the spike just for a moment to force a swing, and they will survive for 4 players. It feels like this is absolutely according to plan for T1. They were happy to give up a spike plant, and that's exactly what happened.
That was absolutely gorgeous. You could see Scadoodle was the one playing in the A site. He only had a pistol, so even if he falls, it's fine. It's fine. But he's not giving up any guns. He's not giving up a rifle. He falls with, I believe it was a frenzy. They sent a drone in for the retake. Simultaneously, AZK is aftershocking, under heaven. And the retake just seems so easy for them at that point with the smokes on short and long.
Now we're into that full buy as we go to round 3. Obviously, a great start so far for T1, everything according to plan. We'll have to see what they aim to do here. So Scadoodle there on the jet, looking to peek from the short position. A huge swell of players coming in here from 100 Thieves. There it is, the quick hit from Scadoodle, the dash back out into safety, and that really puts immediately 100 Thieves on a bad note. The question is, at this point, do they start pressing further, or do they want to reset out of this?
And look at this. Scadoodle gets that pick short ace, feels immense pressure, backs off into sight. They sense the drone coming towards them. So 3 people in this A site right now. No one in B, no one in C. Scadoodle coming up huge again with a second.
And that is what he does. Great stuff there from Scadoodle. That's a 3rd kill off the operator, single-handedly, doing so much damage to his opposition, and 100 Thieves will eventually be able to get this spike down, but it's a 2 versus 4 situation to play off of, and already their opposition are knocking at the door. Spider, they're on the flank, taking down Hiko, leaving just Asuna. He's going to get tagged up by the drone. His location is revealed. Great shots there, but it is simply not enough. Scadoodle with a fantastic 3K to open up that defense to help them secure that round.
Dan, I just want to say that's a massive risk by Scadoodle and T1 coming into that first gun round. Some of his teammates stayed, on the Spectres. They didn't full buy. A lot of teams use this as a gamble round where they just keep their low guns. He bought an up, and that's likely why 100 Thieves was doing a 5 A strap, because that is very unlikely right now in the pro scene. But he made it worth it by getting those 2 picks. That was such a well-played round by Scadoodle, and we're going to see a lot of him opping on short A. This is something that I think is a staple of T1's gameplay.
And what's cool right now is that we actually have Dazed on the sniper as well. I don't know if that, so they'll go for the double sniper setup. Well, it's going to be super interesting to see how this dynamic plays out. It'll be very annoying, I feel like, for 100 Thieves to have to work around this. We'll get Asuna popping the run it back there to clear a lot of space for Garage, get a lot of information for the team as well. Of course, you can see it forces the defense quite far back. He even gets the kill out of it. That's huge. Knowing that the anchor on the C side is dead, that's going to give the opportunity now for 100 Thieves to try to pressure that position even more. Huge rotation. The spike is not moving just yet. It's a little bit late to that C side. We'll have to see if that's going to be impactful.
I have the spike.
I think Hiko is actually going to be a huge factor in this round. You can see him staying at the end of Long C. He has his ult still, and he has shock darts in hand, his recon recharging. He is definitely someone to look out for in this round right now.
Yeah, very slow after that initial frag and a position gain onto the site. Both teams taking their time. Scar popping. Oh, popping the blades. He's going to pop Nitro in the face. Asuna goes down as well to Scadoodle with that ultimate. So much damage. He's here to play Hiko as well. Finishing off AZK. Beautiful hold there. That's insane, given what was coming their way. Great hold.
I swear, I haven't seen Hiko not get 2 frags with that Sova ult in the last month. This guy has not only learned Sova, he's mastered it. I don't know if he just spends his entire day chilling in average Jonas's Discord or what, but I am so impressed with how much he has progressed with this role.
It almost didn't make sense to me to see that he was doing that much damage with it, able to pick off Scar like that. But into the next round we go, and we'll have to see if 100 Thieves can build from this. Very expensive buys. Again, as you highlighted, Sean, seeing the operators coming out, not just 1, but 2. Very expensive stuff, especially since the price got raised even more. And in this situation, it's, we do have that Bulldog on Dicey, so he's not, the money for both teams is really in a dire position, and it's back to that C pressure. And there's 2 players there for T1 to try and defend this. They've got Spider at backside, and they've also got AZK on the breach. He's going to be needed here. That wall's going to block a lot of the flashes. Spider able to isolate these players. That's a beautiful position to hold from. And now 100 Thieves are in some serious trouble. They've lost the spike, and it's now behind that dark cover too.
Yeah, and Spider got by the initial wave of the attack. He still has his paranoia. Oh my goodness. Just absolutely delete Steel out of the server. This round is all but done for 100 Thieves.
And we saw that C approach coming through from 100 Thieves. Do you feel like they're trying to, in any sense, like what kind of approach are we looking at here, Sean? Because sometimes teams will be trying to condition the opponents and their defense with the defaults and trying to make them expect certain plays. What are we seeing here from 100 Thieves?
Yeah, so their first gun round, they did that 5A strat, right? And this was a fake off of that. You could see they had heavy A presence early round. They had the Cam holding short A. They fought for a main control at the start. But Dazed actually didn't bite. He reconned, he double shock darted, and he just left. They had 2 people on C. T1 read this perfectly. I'm not exactly sure the tell that let them know that this was happening. But I think the most important round, or important frag of this entire round, was AZK's kill on Asuna. Because Asuna was about to wrap the site and take out Spider, but AZK came in and saved him. And without that frag, I think C site falls, and this would be like a drawn-out retake.
And it's the worst time, it feels like, for 100 Thieves to struggle in such a fashion. As we can see, the situation for their money is kind of bad. They have only 3 rifles at this point in time, and they get reset on the economy, as it were. And we can see now Scadoodle on that A-long position, looking to challenge.
And this is very important. This is very important that Dicey gets this orb at C-long. I believe they're trying to get him his daggers, and there they are. He would likely pop those. And now they're going to likely regroup and try to hit something together. Now, you might wonder, why is no one playing the B site? Now, this is very common in the pro scene. People use Killjoy or Cypher to just hold this site for information and then retake it. But holy, do you see Cypher's peeking jets like that very often? That's insane.
And that's the beauty of the cage, that initial cage across. It allows Steel to cross to that position, and he's able to defeat sort of where the kind of pre-aim is set up, the crosshair placement for Scars, to just give him that slight edge. And now it starts to get a little bit interesting. 4 versus 4. We've got Dicey moving into the B site. Has to dash away. They're not landing those initial blades. Oh, and it's unfortunate that he can't connect anything. He still created a huge amount of distraction and the rotation in towards that B site, allowing the rest of his team into A with that space to work with for the spike plant. The retake's going to have to come in, and it should look pretty good here. T1, of course, are ahead on players and firepower. Uh-oh, that was close. It's going to be a difficult situation here for Hiko to hold by himself. You can see that he hesitated and has to try to back away out of that position. He's not going to make it all the way, though, and he's going to get detained. That's
they both got detained! No!
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a rough one to deal with. And, I mean, Brax did pop his lockdown there, Sean. It was a 4 versus 2, so there's always the argument to be made. Do you want to save that lockdown for a situation which is a little more marginal, where you don't already have advantages such as that round? But he decided to go for it. I feel like that shows a lot of respect to the ability on 100 Thieves.
That does indeed. Now, I want to point. Dicey did a phenomenal job of pulling the rotate into B. You pointed it out. It 2 A-Link, 2 C-Link, but he needed that classic kill in order to win that round. Here's Scadoodle opping short A. Very, very common for him to do this. And it looks like they're going full retake on the C site. No one in the B site either. This is a very passive look from T1.
This could actually work out. It will be difficult to hold this. But again, that lockdown is gone now. Although, with that said, AZK has the Rolling Thunder available if things get too difficult on this retake attempt. There it is. He's going to pop it. Just going to go for it. Love to see that. Not taking any risks. Just throwing everything at 100 Thieves here. And they will not be able to hold this spike. Eco there with those annoying shock darts. Might actually get a kill with this. Not quite. Almost. Respect the effort, but that will be a round in the bag once again for T1. They're off to such a great start here on the defense. And Sean, you mentioned Scar, and of course with that operator, he is such a presence on the map, and that feels like it's got to be so annoying to have to work around. Just the fact that around that A site, you have to worry that he could be short, he could be long, and you've got to invest a lot to try to take those positions away from T1 safely.
Yeah, and it's not going to get easier quickly right now for 100 Thieves. You can see they have no ults on the board. They are not in a good situation right now in this match. Typically, this is the bounce back time of the match. They've wasted their ults. Austin is likely going to try to get this orb, so that way he has his. There's the smoke top C. They're fighting for this orb, and Spider's just going to give it up. Austin will definitely be the player to watch this round. He's had a phenomenal match so far as a young entry fragger, but he's going to have to get some juice out of this one.
Yeah, we talked about the dynamics around the A side of the map here. A lobby just trying to take away these positions from T1. Scadoodle's been so good at just creating kills, in fact, let alone just a strong argument to avoid this side of the map. And it's going to be, the block there is going to be called Braxton by that short position. He goes down. Asuna able to get the entry. That's so important. So much presence. Look at the rotation coming through now. AZK pulled away from the C side of the map. He's in spawn. You can see the chaos that is there for the defenders of T1 right now. It allows Steel with this lurk up C to be able to get the spike planted, and that will give a huge advantage here now to 100 Thieves.
Massive advantage, and that spike location, dear God, that's in the middle of the open. That is a very difficult defuse right now for T1. Three flashes still on AZK. This is definitely doable, but the smoke agent is dead, so keep in mind they don't really have a very long-lasting smoke.
Well, so flash is available from AZK's perspective at least, so he could use those also. And it's going to be quite difficult, as you mentioned. Scadoodle's trying to do what he can here. That presence from Garage, actually, from Asuna is huge, but they're somehow getting the frags! T1 able to get all the frags. Defuses coming in. I don't know if there's enough time for this one. Daze is holding it, and he's going to just barely be able to do it in time. Unbelievable retake. That didn't seem to ever be on the cards, but somehow T1 can do no wrong in this situation.
0.09 left on the spike. That is a heartbreaking round to lose right there for 100 Thieves. They didn't have anything to counter this op from Scadoodle. They were terrified to peek into him. You could see they were just respecting it so much. And it just got to a situation where all of a sudden T1 knew where everyone was. The picture was so clear as the retake progressed more and more. That was very well done, though.
Yeah, that is so crazy. What a beautiful round for T1. Going aggressive straight away outside B, and 100 Thieves are ready to go with those stingers in hand. Quick double for them as they gain all the ground towards the B site, but it's not over just yet, of course, as Spider is in the cloudburst here, seeing if he can find an opportunity with his Vandal. Finds a timing. Here's the spike go down. He wants to try to find the planter, but Nitro is there for the cover on that C-Link position, leaving just Dazed and Brax. And it doesn't really seem like there's much left to be done here. Brax lurking around a lobby will do well to keep his gun in his hands, but it's going to be an upgrade for many players of 100 Thieves. Again, Stingers going into that round, so a little bit of desperation, but they make it work. 2-7 now, 100 Thieves starting to get something going, but can they find anything else?
Yeah, that's a thrifty moment by Playzilla right there. I'm shocked that this actually worked, because this is a desperation B hit right here late in the game. Nothing's really working for them, you know, half buy. But this last kill is actually very impactful, because this gives Hiko his ultimate, and he is deadly with that thing. So I'm curious to see how 100 Thieves incorporates that into the early round strat here. And this is, again, a heavy mid play by 100 Thieves.
We've got that double operator set up as well, once again from T1. Scadoodle up on the B boxes. We haven't seen him up there just yet, especially at the opening of the round, and that's going to give them a kill. That is confidence there from Steel, challenging Scar, holding that operator, but he is able to win that battle, and that's going to go a long way as he gets his position now onto that B site. Moving forward, Spike, plant comes through, Steel through the dark cover. Brax is waiting for him though. And that is going to make life a lot more difficult for 100 Thieves because they've lost presence on the actual site now. So they're going to have to try and defend from outside the site. That's difficult. And Nitro's going to try to solve that by making his way around C window. And at the same time, Spider finding a classic kill onto Dicey around grass. This is just chaotic on all of the extremities.
Oh my
Hiko, he's got the ult.
I think he saves his ult. He can't use it here. It's not winnable. So Hiko's going to save his ult here. Oh my goodness.
Heartbreaking there for Hiko.
Beautiful peek by Brax, though, coming around that CT spawn hallway, knows to not full commit into the garage angle that Nitro's holding, and then he lets AZK finish him up from C. That is a outstanding retake by T1. This is by far the best version of T1 I have ever seen on Haven. They have come to play today.
Yeah, they're looking so good, and there is just so much experience on this T1 roster as well. And I think you put into question in terms of the storylines. Asuna and Dicey suddenly have a lot to prove going very deep into a huge tournament as youngsters with with the least experience on the server. So we'll see how we'll keep an eye on how they are doing with their performances throughout these rounds and these maps. Once again, we'll see Scar at the beginning of the round with the operator at the top of B. And once again, 100 Thieves really hitting that heavy pressure towards this B site. Scar picks up those daggers. That's another curveball through the dark cover to make their way forward. And oh my god, this defense is stunning here from T1. 100 Thieves can't seem to break through, trying to grab the spike.
One enemy remaining.
But it's going to be dropped straight away again. Scar is looking incredible, man. The focus is beautiful from T1 at this point. You're right, Sean. This is so decisive from them. I haven't seen them looking this clinical, I don't think, really ever.
Scadoodle on the Jet right now is just... he's honestly blowing my mind. His first dagger every time is a headshot. It is... he is definitely doing a Jet diff this game right now. There's definitely a Jet diff going on right now, Dan. This is something. I am blown away by how he has grown as a Jet player. I mentioned it in the video about Scadoodle, but he started off this game as a Sage. Look at him now. He's just running around on Jet.
And once again, we get that short A peek. The cam there will at least allow them to have some warning of Scadoodle's positioning and the threat that he has. And at the same time, we get a drone through the C site to run it back onto the C site as well. So lots of presence there, but let's remember the spike is here. And Brax, I don't know that he saw the spike. It is in the hands of Steel. I don't think Steel was visible there to Brax. So at this point in time, T1 don't have a lot of info precisely as to what's going on. All they know is that they've lost the C site. There's the TP. That's going to tell them everything they need to know. And at this point, it's 4 versus 5 on the retake. Do they go for this? This is a tough one.
This is a tough one. This is the last round of the half, though, so they must go for it. But Steel is in a fantastic spot right now to get a 2K on this lurk. He is lurking bottom mid right now. He's probably going to go late through B or garage, and he's going to hit an insane timing. This flash from Nitro, this is a super tough retake right now for T1.
Yeah, having the double operator is definitely going to be rough, but they've done some crazy stuff so far, and there it is. The Rolling Thunder, that will cue the push to come in for the retake. Nitro backside, though, still is in a great position. He might be key in this one, taking down Dazed, slowing them down. Another frag goes to Nitro. Oh, he is clinical. Great trio of kills from him. And that's going to be a fantastic hold from 100 Thieves. Beautiful end to the first half, a difficult first half, but able to scrape away 3 rounds at the very least.
And by no means is this game over. By no means is this game over. These teams are so well prepared this game that I am certain 100 Thieves has tons of setups they've developed on Haven to make things difficult for T1. With that being said, there is a lot of randomness in pistol rounds in these games, and they will definitely need to start this half on the right foot.
Speaking of which, Sean, is there anything that you want to see from this 100 Thieves roster on this defense? Any aggressive cypher plays, any kind of gimmicks or tactics that we should be looking out for?
I think the main thing to look out for is where Steel's placing his trips. You can see that he has them both defending the C site with the cam and C site, and because of that, they're going to play retake on C. They have no one C, no one garage. Those trips are allowing them to do that. What a fight to win.
Yeah, that's a huge one, and it creates a lot of problems here. But given that, as you said, there is that reliance on the trips, which I think one of the trips was, just discovered by Spider. In fact, Spider just destroyed one of the trips on the C corridor there, on C long, leading into the site. And right now, it's actually so difficult for 100 Thieves. A lot of guesswork here. They're deciding to rely on the cam, rely on that trip that's left in garage, and just hold the B and the A sites respectively. You can see they're not in committed positions on the A site. They're able to just hold those chokes and then fall off safely to allow their teammates to help them if it is in fact an A hit. So 100 Thieves are trying to be as safe as they can while still being able to get as much information as they can without losing a player for that.
Yeah. And you can see you mentioned that trip going down. The seed of doubt was planted in Steel's mind. He's looking to see if anyone lurked up. He has no idea. He's completely in the dark. He has to clear all these little angles by spawn right now. He's so unsure. And here's the C hit coming in. They're going to get a free sight. This is going to be a 5v4 retake, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see that the cam hasn't been triggered yet. So that cam that Steel has in the C site could be pretty critical in at least trying to get one kill, maybe a tag on a player as his teammates come in for the retake. We'll have to see if it's going to make much of a difference. There's that tag as Steel makes his way forward. Oh, the paranoia is going to last around Scar. Steel will finish him off. Spider, though, doing so much damage, coming down into the 2 versus 2 now. Hiko and Nitro for 100 Thieves. Hiko puts the pressure on, holding the defuse. He's going all the way with this one, all the way, and he gets it. Great stuff there from Hiko and Nitro. What a retake.
Oh my goodness, T1 fluffed that one big time. All they had to do was challenge the bomb. They're all planning these little tactics to stop the defuse, but they're in such an advantageous scenario. In a 2-on-3, one guy has to stick the bomb. So that means you're in a 3-on-1 if you all peek at once. You see Daze in his bow and arrow lining up shock darts for the spike. See the guy on the left afraid to peek. Oh my goodness, Hiko stole that right from T1's hands.
And they started off on the bad foot. They were going into a retake, which was so difficult, yet they still come out on top. Just goes to prove your point. You can't count either of these teams out, no matter the situation. And we're going into the eco here for T1. They haven't decided to buy up anything too much. We've got a Sheriff on AZK, a couple frenzies as well. But pretty good anti-eco approach coming in from 100 Thieves, able to, so far, have a flawless round, not losing a single player. The C site will be given. There is a cam in this site. You can see that, again, check the cam positions. It's in a different spot than it was last time. I doubt Steel's going to put it in predictable spots. And that can allow him to once again get that free information. Just that one tag on one player can make all the difference. Dash for the smoke. Oh, I love this here from T1, going aggressive. They know they can't just sit on the site. That was a good effort.
I loved that, the going aggressive part. Yes, that was so cool. But yeah, Mitch, going back to Steel on the C site, you could see T1 is very aware of what he's doing, actually. They walked right up to both the C long trip and the garage trip. They waited till both sides were ready, and simultaneously they broke the trips and took the site. So that way the alert happens at the same exact time. That makes things very difficult for Steel. But looking at Steel, you could see he didn't immediately panic and activate the cam, see what's going on. He waits for the retake. And that's when he's going to activate that cam, and he's going to figure out where everyone is. And that's going to make things so easy when you have 5 players with abilities just to dump things on 3 spots.
And you can't exactly just give up the site too, because then the smoke comes down as a C long, so it creates so many problems. So yeah, so interesting, that strength for 100 Thieves on the retakes there on C. Will certainly give T1 pause for thought as they go for some A lobby pressure there. They've got some control. You can see AZK towards that A-long position. The smoke goes down. That forces any defenders that will be playing those angles to be either in the site or out of the site entirely. The drone comes through as well. And we have that different setup entirely because we have Nitro towards the C site, and instead of relying on all of the Cypher util. So this is the perfect moment to really switch up what Steel is doing, I feel like. And his cam is going to be such a problem on the retake again, I feel, Sean.
It is. And he's playing this spot in Heaven because typically Heaven gets smoked off like this, and he's going to use this cage, and there it is!
Beautiful stuff.
Oh,
there's the
beautiful trip.
We love to see that. This is just so disgusting from Steel. These players here dancing around. He'll drop himself onto the side to try to proceed to get more kills, keep the pressure on, prevent them from landing that spike plant. Dicey now creating pressure from the heaven position. And indeed, the spike is now going down. This feels quite tense, though, for T1 as they try to hold on to this position. Drone coming through. Spike now just planted, but Asano knows precisely where Spider is. Caught, trying to reposition. Timing is absolutely perfect coming in on this retake. Nitro there with a double off the Stinger. And Brax on the flank, undiscovered, but now they know. And it's all up to Nitro as he sits on that bomb. And is it going to be a hole? He gets it to halfway at the very least. He's sticking it. Pros don't fake. And that is going to feel awful for Brax. But you know what? You got to gamble that.
Oh, that is heartbreaking for Brax. He had the perfect flank. Hiko's just sticking these bombs all half. The spike is just getting defused all day by this guy. Oh my. But I love the Cypher setup in the A site where they put the trips around, you know, all around the bomb site, knowing that they're going to get smoked off heaven. And the second someone hits that trip, it's a free frag from heaven through the smoke.
Yeah.
It's such a clever little play that tons of Cyphers are doing right now.
And it really shows you as well that 100 Thieves are thinking like ahead of where T1 are at. Right now, like, again, we mentioned like that Steel's utility around C's been really impactful, but I'll hold that forward here. We've got that presence coming through onto the A lobby position once again. AZK will go down, so it feels like 100 Thieves are really comfortable right now. They can just fall back into more defensible positions. They drone through long on A, so they have more understanding as to exactly what's going on. They discovered that there weren't any players towards that position, so they could maybe presume that these ecoing players of T1 might be on a rotation right now. And they will just wait and see. There's also that possibility they reset into the short play, but there's 2 players there for 100 Thieves on short as well, so it feels like all the bases are covered.
I feel like if... Okay, I was going to say if T1 goes through Garage, it could be a big problem for Nitro. But luckily, they're going to go B here. This should be a free retake. That is a very cool arrow backside.
Oh, very nice damage there.
That's a huge overextension right there by Steel.
Yeah.
Brings it into a 4-4. This is a very winnable round here. Brax doesn't have any mollies left, though, for the bomb. They're going to flank through... They're double flanking through Garage. Oh, no, this is very scary right now for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, the timing could really be a problem. That's very important, though. That's a great hot hands there to slow things down. And that's actually going to allow Nitro to get the better timing on his flank. Easy double for Nitro, and that might just be what does it here, as we will see Brax trying to make it work there, alone with the Sheriff, looking for the shots, but Nitro is really hitting his shots so far, and that's going to be a cleanup for 100 Thieves, but as you said, that looked very dangerous, and well, thankfully for 100 Thieves, it doesn't amount to much.
I mean, you brought it up earlier in the round. Asana with the hot hands on the Garage flank, the heads-up play from the youngster. Out of all the players in the server, I would never expect that from you know, the youngins in the server. That is so smart to molly that flank. It allowed Nitro's flank some time, and then the kills happened one by one rather than all at once. Whew, that was a terrifying situation for 100 Thieves.
We've got a 3-man setup here coming in from 100 Thieves, at least at the beginning of the round, towards this A-long position. Daze actually has that Hunter's Fury we can see up at the moment, and I do wonder if that's going to come into play in this round. And this is dangerous actually for T1. They've lost control of A lobby. That deep smoke is going to give a lot of info to 100 Thieves.
I don't know how Nitro and Steel are going to hold this hit. Nitro won't get blind, and that is definitely a very big positive.
Oh, unreal stuff there from Steel. What a reaction. And somehow gets the next one too. These guys are looking so damn good right now. Oh, that was so beautiful. Prime Gaming, flawless. Just insanity there from 100 Thieves, going from strength to strength. Sean, you said it. I don't know how they're going to hold this. Well, here is your answer.
There's a 200 IQ cage in Garage, and there's a 900 IQ one-way cage at Long C that Nitro's going to camp inside. There's a lurk camping. Jesus, that was a gorgeous setup, Dan. I'm so happy right now we got to see that. Oh, my goodness. That was such an amazing setup between those two players.
it's just so mind-blowing too, because I'm looking at that, and that looks so awkward, the way that Steel's in that corridor. Like, you got Nitro up on the crates, it just looks so awkward. But yeah, that looked beautiful in the end. And back into the 8 lobby pressure here into the next round. 100 Thieves, 1 round away from tying this one up into a 9-9 affair after having to come back through some really awful rounds. And obviously they were playing off of such a deficit. At the end of the first half, they had only 3 rounds, but T1 unable to find any success so far here, and that's a, we do have an ultimate ready for the Sova, the Hunter's Fury. That's going to be popped there off the back of the drone. It's actually going to be 100 Thieves that managed to hold on to all these kills. The Spike is now down on the short position. Again, it's just Sheriffs here. T1 heavily outgunned, so we can't really say that this was an unexpected result, but that's it, 9-9, and this game right now is looking like 100 Thieves have their name written all over it, at least the first map, I should say.
Yeah, and I love the little, gimmick from the youngsters right there on the A site. Dicey gets hit by the drone in a spot where it looks like he's holding long A. And then Asuna just dry swings long A and catches 2 people totally unaware that that could be a possibility. I would also be caught off guard massively in a situation like that. More importantly, they got rid of the Killjoy ult. This is now a game 9-9, Dan. I can't believe we're at this spot.
Absolutely, and we're going to see once again just this, as we've seen so many times, this is kind of how Haven plays out. You want to try to control as much position as possible. We get that early exchange around the A side of the map.
He doesn't know. Oh no, he doesn't know that the nerd cam is on the roof.
Here.
Look at this cam spot. Scott thinks it's at the box. Oh, Steel, you rat. Oh, they found it.
We'll still make a play with this, though. He does have the cage right there. This is scary stuff here. It's looking like he's ready to make a play. There's nobody near him to support this with a paranoia or anything else. Is he going to walk through his own cage? Surely he wouldn't be so brazen. He's getting to the corner. Steel, he's going to try to find a timing for this. Will they notice it? Oh, God, he's going to be so careful. This is so tense right now. Steel finds a headshot. He is looking for a second. He'll get taken down. But a chain reaction of events here is off at the back of that frag. We'll find a spike plant from T1 on the B site. Asuna, though, with the hot hands, claiming forward position, as we'll see T1 falling back and out, trying to defend from the mid position, but they don't have the flank under control. Nitro is there, causing problems, going in for that window control, and just both sides, every single side is 100 Thieves right now. There's nothing that T1 can do to hold this spike.
Oh my goodness, living up to their name right now, Dan. These guys are literally stealing this match straight from T1's hands. I can't believe it. Every play they've made this half is just so nice. Nitro's always on these amazing flanks. Asuna making these aggressive mid-round plays. Steel opening up rounds as Cypher. This is insane. This comeback is unreal.
The level of both of these teams is so awesome, but just seeing 100 Thieves, how they respond to some of these positions, as you say, Sean, and controlling all of these flanks as they have been and getting the value that they have been from them is extremely impressive. It's such a joy to witness just all of the hard work and how it's manifesting going into the playoffs here from these 2 teams. Now, 100 Thieves, spotlight's on them right now. Can they keep this going? T1, do they switch something up? What do they do differently here, Sean, to try to change the fortune?
They haven't really given that much attention to the C site. I think using Daze ult, getting that spike down in the C site with the Sova ult, knowing shock dart lineups, they should have won the pistol on there. I think the C site is where they need to be going. They have had 0 success at A.
Dicey with the operator, trying to see what he can get early on. And Asuna, I love these slow pushes down mid, especially if a team goes heavy on that A default. You can get a lot of value from this. He can just sit in the window now and wait for them to rotate out in the mid rounds. That's all he has to do at this point. And the rest of his team now just have to keep an eye on what's going on in the A side. They got the cam there for the retake setup as well. Even though T1 are taking ground towards A right now, it feels like this play into window really has 100 Thieves at a huge advantage.
Yeah, he is going to be right on their site. Asuna is going to be on the flank. He broke the alarm bot. Now it's going to be in the head of Brax. Brax is going to have to turn around and watch this flank soon.
I love that he doesn't go to the flank, though. As you said, he's going to commit some resources to deal with the flank. That's never going to happen. Great stuff there. Oh, Dicey in with the ult there. The dagger's flying as a dash up drop comes through. That's insane. The right click through the cage. And now it's down to Brax and AZK. And they don't have much to fight with. But Brax sprays him down. And they're all on the ground. I have no idea what that came from. But somehow T1 found it. They found success out of what looked like a hopeless situation. T1 were not set up to do that.
I think my wrist hurts from that spray transfer, Dan. That was a whip and a half from Brax. Dear God, did he just absolutely delete Nitro there. Oh my goodness, it looks like 100 Thieves played that round so well. The retake, like you said, they broke the alarm bot, pulled Brax out of the site, hit the site, the perfect timing. But the individual heroics came up again.
Man, these teams look good right now.
They look real good.
So more A presence here in the default, just spreading across the map. T1 winning that early map control and information exchange. Once again, Steel on that C side with the cam, with the trips. Trip on B, trip on C.
Yeah, this is very tricky coming out of 100 Thieves. A totally different look. Nitro's playing on top the B boxes with a trip right in front of him. Sorry, bro. Oh my goodness, that is a massive find in the early round.
That's such a sick bait. And now it comes to C hit. We'll have to see how much value can be had here on this defense. Ooh. That is so gorgeous from Scadoodle. Doesn't give any opportunity there for any chance to get a frag. Great movement around the site with Jet. And now it's down to the retake. We don't have really the ultimates here for this, except we did get some daggers drawn. Asuna there makes his way through, finds himself 2 kills on the opening, giving 100 Thieves, carving 100 Thieves a path forward, as Brax is again the one to have to do it, but it's simply too much at this point. And the defuse comes in from 100 Thieves. 10-10 now broken, the deadlock broken to 11-10. Are we going to go round for round here into an overtime? I feel like this first map, that's the only way that it could make sense to me, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's just very unfortunate. Asuna with a massive round again. This kid has come up so big in the clutch this game. Taking out Dazed in the A site, he had that Sova ult in his pocket, ready to just lock down the C after plant. That was a huge find to open up the round.
Oh, the money is not looking good here for T1. They're in, well, they're certainly on the struggle best.
Dice is going to challenge Ska.
We're going to find the value there, unfortunately. Question is always going to be, where does Jet rotate off to, or does Jet stay in the same position? That operator can roam the map and really cause a lot of problems. And T1, they're going to reset towards A, it seems.
Indeed, and look at the setup from 100 Thieves. They are reading them like a book right now. Oh my goodness, 3 people in this A site. The Phoenix ult coming in, gets past the breach ult!
Oh, Asuna, he can do no wrong in this position. He's set up for success, and he's going to knock every single player down. That is just, it's just looking unfair at this point. T1, it feels like they don't get an opportunity to play their game at this point, being denied at every turn. Steel will finish off Dazed, and it's the, I mean, we didn't even talk about the Steel and Dazed kind of dynamic and face-off, but oh, this doesn't even seem fair. Just dodging the Rolling Thunder by a hair and then spraying them all down.
One enemy remaining.
Great display from Asuna. Again, Sean, you put it to question at the beginning of the series here. We need to see the youngsters, Asuna and Dicey, the least experienced players on the server, able to deliver in a high-pressure scenario, and so far, so good.
Asuna right now has to be my MVP of this map. If 100 Thieves wins this, he put them on his back on this Phoenix. He has had so many impactful frags. And here we go, a C-pop right now, 12-10, everything on the line. An Omen back site with a Paranoia, a trip, a cam for the retake. This is going to be a very difficult take.
Nitro does very well from these positions. Typically, the Paranoid sends out. There's the ult, the backside to try to break his crosshair placement, and he gets knocked down there by, I think, the aftershock from ATK. The Hunter's Fury is coming for him as well, so they really put a lot in taking Nitro down, and they'll be rewarded. But Steel sneaks through. They didn't see Steel coming through the backside. He finds a second kill. The headshots from Steel are so damaging. There's still a 3 versus 2 here for T1, looking good. Dicey and Hiko, though, get all of them down in the nick of time. In the chaos, they will stand tall. 100 Thieves. They started this one looking, well, it did not look good, Sean. It looked very bad. They only got 3 rounds at the beginning of this half on the first map, but they came back, and it was special.
That was an amazing comeback by 100 Thieves. The heart of that team with 2 youngsters to come back down 9-3. Hiko sticking those spike defuses in the second half. Everything just going their way. I mean, even that last retake. They threw everything at Nitro. Got an easy 5-on-4, but the retake just looked so coordinated, so fast. T1 had no answer for those retakes. Nothing. That was the difference maker for me.
Yeah, there were so many things in this game where I was just so impressed by both teams on the first half. Really impressed by the structure and how coordinated T1 looked. How we saw Scar really getting to just flex him, flex with that jet. That was so cool to see. But then 100 Thieves able to just, I don't know, who was better, Sean, from like an overall perspective here? Because I feel like both of these teams played very well. Yeah. But I feel like 100 Thieves more consistently were able to engineer the advantages in this first map.
I don't know. Both of those teams looked so good that map. I feel like that was a 50-50 game. And if we played that 10 times, both teams win 5 times, right? The halves play out differently. They don't end up like 9-3. They don't end up in a 10-2 scenario. Those are very, very close teams. And those players played their hearts out that game. So I don't want to nitpick here and say, one player's lost it for him. I saw Nitro start 0-5. He ended on top of the scoreboard. Like, every player in the server showed up just now, and that was such a treat to watch.
Absolutely. I think what's also crazy as well is that, you were saying that, Asuna was your MVP of that one, but I saw so much from Nitro. I feel like so many players did so much in this game, but that's enough for us for now. It's time to toss it to the analysts for their breakdown of map 1 of this series.
Thank you very much, DDK. I'm going to go where Sean Garris was just at. I mean, if this map were played 10 times, I do believe that each team would have won 5. The closest map we've had yet in this tournament. Vansili, we did expect it. We did expect it to be 100 Thieves favored. I'm not exactly sure we expected it to break down the way it did with a 9-3 first half in favor of T1 and then a 10-1 half on the backside defensive side for 100 Thieves. Give me your first reactions here as we hit our Prime Gaming map highlights.
The first reactions looking at this, definitely, I agree with Sean Garris. I agree with DDK. There are some players that stepped up in that second half, notably Nitro. I mean, he only died twice in that second half. I think Sean was saying he was 0-5. He finished 5-9 into that half, and then finished the match with like top 22 kills or top fragger for the server. I gotta say, when everybody else stepped up, I have to mention Steel as well. First time that he switches into a Cypher, he's able to put the trap wires, the cages, this exactly, then throw in the hat to allow Nitro to actually get those 3Ks into the round. And the Hiko is another huge one. If it wasn't for Hiko sticking the spike twice, being one of them on a 1 versus 1 versus Brax all the way, this wouldn't have been a 13-11 for the 100 Thieves. So the whole team stepped up, and it looked beautiful on their end.
I mean, yeah, pros don't fake, right? I mean, at least Hiko doesn't fake, and that's what we learned today. Wild performance out of the entire 100 Thieves roster, but Veli, we got to be honest, 100 Thieves played them close, and that first, or not 100 Thieves, T1 played them close, and that first half made it look like it was going well in the favor of that T1 squad.
Yeah, the first half, I thought T1 had it. We saw just bad intel gathering coming in from 100 Thieves. We all remember that C-long push where Spider was hiding in the corner. The Owl drone missed him entirely, and then T1 just wiped the squad. They picked it up. Vansili kept saying to us, he was like, just wait till they go on the other side. Just wait till the second half. Just wait. The retakes were beautiful. I 1,000,000% agree with everything Sean was saying. Round 21 blew all of our minds. It's not about what abilities each agent has. It's about which abilities can you use with another agent to make it better?
Exactly.
Round 21, we saw Recon Dart go in during a retake, but at the same time, there's a paranoia that went straight through default, which allowed 100 Thieves to all pinch in together, get the win and the kills, and it was phenomenal. Round 16 was about the same, but it was Nitro once more. They kept Nitro on a lonely island over at C, but the double garage flank coming in from T1 was just weird while the plant was at B. So what did Nitro do? He wrapped all the way around, went to Courtyard, got a 2K, and it was yet another beautiful retake. The way 100 Thieves are able to stop and just think about what they want to do and execute it perfectly has been on point so far.
Yeah, I do want to take a look at the second map because while this one was close and did go the way of 100 Thieves, we have the expectation of a similar type of game in this next map on Bind, but maybe edging out towards T1. So back to you, Veli. Why do you have this confidence specifically in T1 on this map?
So you went to the bathroom or whatever. I forgot where you left to go and do, but you missed it earlier on. Scadoodle went on a rampage, dude. Like, no, Scadoodle was filthy. I believe, it was a site where he was able to get a 4K with the op, and it was just so quick, fast, and precise. These guys are playing extremely well. We all saw Brax clutching it out. I honestly feel like T1, they're there. It was unfortunate that they lost, but I'm not going to harp on them. Like Sean said, once again, both teams played well. This was anybody's game. Can't be mad at them.
So like I said, you have like two players that are looking very good. Or sorry, like Veli said, you have two players that are looking very good. It's Scadoodle and also Brax. And you're looking at the hype video. They want to be the first one to actually win a title, and you see it from their gameplay. Now you're going into a map that they picked, that they might change their play style as well, that might throw 100 Thieves off guard. It's going to be looking like a great second map as well.
Well, Scadoodle, Brax, and the squad are going to have to do it on the second map of the series, Bind. It's what they picked, so let's see if they can get it done. On the other side of this commercial break, you're back over to DDK and Sean Garris for the call.
what I love the most about Valorant is the fact that it's brought in all these esport titles, right? There's pros that have played games I've never even heard of. And Valorant has done an excellent job of blending all the scenes together, but 100 Thieves is really the only team that has mastered that. I think 100 Thieves is going to be the blueprint for how teams constructing their rosters in the future.
When I first signed to 100 Thieves, we chanced a roster that unfortunately things didn't really work out. So, 100 Thieves decided to give me a little bit more say in who I would pick to play with. When they told me, hey, who do you want? My first thought was immediately Nitro. It all made sense. My past experience with Nitro from Team Liquid back in 2015 and 2016, we placed in the finals of one of the majors we played in. I had very high faith in him. You can see the moments when he just completely outplays someone or out-aims them. I don't think that there's a better person suited for a game like Valorant than Nitro right now.
Hiko is a very hard worker, and then also just having a good attitude towards the game and towards his teammates is really special. 100 Thieves, I had the opportunity to build my own team with Hiko, so ultimately I went to them and I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Hiko, I struggled to think of someone that had more success over a longer period of time with so many different players, right? Spencer brought up so many people in Counter-Strike, and he's trying to do the same thing now in Valorant.
We have 3 older guys that were all in-game leaders at one point of our life, and 2 young star fragger, really aggressive kids even.
Now Asuna coming with the showstopper. He'll find one more.
Whenever I first switched to Valorant, I didn't really know what role I wanted to pursue, because over my Counter-Strike career, I've taken up a lot of different roles. At the end of the day, I felt like a lot of these kids are younger than me. No 17-year-old's gonna say, I want to in-game lead. They're gonna want to play Phoenix and run out there and frag out, right?
And shocker, ladies and gentlemen, Asuna goes aggressive.
I decided to play like an Omen, like a controller. And now I'm secondary in-game leading. So I have a similar role to what I was doing on Liquid.
Nitro, he already has second on the round, and he continues to push the matter.
We have a good roster today with Dicey, Steel, and Asuna.
Nitro with 2! Nitro with 3! He's gonna find one. By 2!
Just on the other side, he's able to get one. Get the second one as well. He's looking for the third. Dicey does it. Oh my gosh!
Are you kidding me? 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves. I love the way their roster is constructed, and I think Nitro and Hiko are to credit for that.
I personally think that progress we've shown is exponential, and unlike any other team in Valorant right now, we just qualified beating TSM and beating Sentinels to make it to the first major Valorant tournament with a roster that's only been together for just shy of 2 months now. Give us some more time, let us improve more. I think we would have a good shot of being the best team in America.
Pick it up again, break it down from the top.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to First Strike North America, and this is an incredible game in the quarters. We have 100 Thieves versus T1, and if you're just joining us, this is going to be map 2. We will be going into bind. I'm here with Sean Gers. Sean, the first game was beautiful, and now we're going to bind. What are we expecting to see?
I expect to see surprisingly a much better game from T1. I thought they played phenomenal on Haven, considering it's a map they're not really known for. I like what Hayes does at that B bomb site on Bind. He has mastered that particular spot as Sova. I think he's someone to look out for. I don't know what we're going to see Spider on, though. We used to see him a lot on Omen. Are we going to see that out of him? Or this new Spider that plays, Raze a lot on Bind, and we're going to see AZK on Omen. I think AZK looks more comfy when he plays an Omen compared to a Breach. So this agent select presented by Verizon is going to be big in my eyes.
Yeah. Straight away, out of the gate, is there anything that you weren't expecting to see out of this?
I'm kind of excited to see Spider on Phoenix, because I don't really get to see him as this super aggressive player that everyone in Overwatch touts him to be. And we're going to get to see that right now on Bind with him playing Phoenix. Ska's going to be on Jet, entry fragging. This is going to be such an insane matchup right now. I love how the two teams are constructed.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like there's anything too quirky going on in terms of the overall composition. So we may see somewhat of a standard affair on Bind. And that's, I mean, for me, that's a huge question, though, because even though the compositions might be similar, because it's Valorant, there's so many different ways that you can combine the different agents' abilities to synergize and create really funky tactics. So I'm looking out to see what we will see in that regard. Now, Sean, here we can obviously already see how the teams are setting up at the beginning of the round of the buy time. You know, what are we looking at here going to this first pistol?
Yeah, the first thing I'm noticing right off the bat is there's a trip on Octagon at B long. That's kind of going to let me know that they're going to play super aggressive at the start, feign some pressure, maybe put pressure on this, you know, Jet that's about to peek, and then back off and play passive. You can see they got the orb. There they are. They're out. They're out. They're going to play passive on this B site now. They're going to use this stack. This is a deadly setup right now coming out of 100 Thieves. They're going to use the teleporter if they go B.
Okay, well, we'll see that T1 themselves are playing quite cautiously here so far in the opening, making sure they can isolate any shenanigans from T1, from 100 Thieves, you know, were there to be any. But as Sean mentioned, it's very quiet from the defensive side here of 100 Thieves to begin with. And we'll get a regroup towards that B-long position as T1 start to make their way forward.
This is an outstanding read by Daze, because if they went hookah, a Raze nade was coming through along with a triple teleport. Luckily, they're going up long. This is a perfect read. How is Steel going to react to this?
And Spider's in showers, so there is the option to go back through the TP if they have a lot of trouble on this B site. They may try to really sell the rotation and get a couple kills before going for that. Still, they're trying to use some dirty cams to his advantage, but the site's been given. Oh, nasty stuff there from Daze. The jumping classic to deal with Steel. As Scar's in the side here, holding that forward ground. So it will be a commitment of that spike plant on the B site. The lurk on A has been dealt with. Spider's out of the picture, and 100 Thieves now are 4 strong with that rotation through hookah now, through the TP on short A. So they're ready to go for this retake. Lots of presence around the elbow position and sight here from T1 on the defense. We'll have to see if they can hold on to this. Daze once again kicks it off nicely, but Nitro, time and again, he's been deadly with this Ghost. And now Brax sitting there blind on the site in a very awkward position, back against the wall, nowhere to turn. Nitro is just so deadly. Another headshot goes his way, and systematically, one by one, 100 Thieves will get themselves the retake and the defuse.
Yeah, I think things really started to go wrong when Spider died in that shower position. This was such good mid-game is what we call it, Dan. You know, just adapting on the fly. This isn't a thought-out strat per se from T1. They're reacting to things that they feel throughout the map, right? And they feel, you know, a heavy A stack. If they would have went up short A, they would have got demolished by that 3 stack. If they would have went hookah, they would have got demolished. If they would have went shower, there was a trip there waiting, and I'm sure, you know, 100 Thieves had a game plan. They did the perfect thing. Honestly, they did the perfect thing. It's just they lost the gun battles to hold the site.
And it looks like here for the eco from T1 that there's nothing too crazy going on, just a couple sheriffs.
It's the same setup coming out of 100 Thieves. They're doing the same thing. So we're going to actually get to see likely what would have happened on pistol round. Oh, this is awesome. I love seeing variations of the same thing.
That's what it's all about, right? Creating a strat that can have all of the different permutations and reaction response to be strong in a huge amount of situations. So, you know, that just really just explains how good these teams are. And here comes that presence, that pressure from the Showers position. There's a great headshot from Daze to kick things off, the long range with the Stinger. It's going to do the job from Nitro for now. Omen's such a strong agent to play around the U-Haul position. The Paranoia has already been used up, though. And a 4 versus 4. A reset here from T1.
I think both teams right now probably going to feel things out with the Sova arrows. Daze likely wants his to recharge for this B hit coming in. But the way Brax is nested in this site right now. 2 tripwires guarding him. A nerd camera up there in the hookah. He's going to be hard to get out. Or I'm sorry, that's Steel. I'm sorry. Getting Steel out of this corner is going to be very, very difficult for T1.
Good timing on the recon there. The cam switch as well. Just getting that info. No time ready to get the spike down. Has to be planted right now. It's actually getting planted. Brax with that headshot. That makes all the difference. Hiko trying to find Scadoodle, and he will, not allowing them to reposition off of that plant. And it looks like 100 Thieves are very, very strong here. Dazed, there's not really much he can do. I don't know if he's got a lineup here with the shock darts, but it's not going to come in time anyways. Nitro with the classic will finish him off, and 100 Thieves. It actually looked a little bit scary, I gotta say. Good effort from T1, creating some damage at the beginning and then trying to reset to make it even worse for 100 Thieves.
Early on in this match, Dan, I get the feeling that T1 has a very, very good idea that 100 Thieves likes to run this setup. You can see Spider went to the edge of showers and he just threw a pointless flash out. But that flash wasn't pointless. It actually made Austin a nade short and shift the entire setup from 100 Thieves. It caused a chain reaction, which then opened up the entry for Dazed. Now, that was a really interesting, unique way to break that setup apart.
Into the gun round here. We do have a couple of stingers remaining, and that is a nice find from Scar, able to take down Hiko. And again, Asuna and Steel are on stingers at the moment. So from a firepower perspective, you're kind of limited. You've got to play those close range when you're playing against these rifles. We can see that Asuna's doing just that. He's playing the cubby on short A. So we'll see what he can do from there. At the same time, we've got control of showers from Spider once again, giving options to T1 as they continue to maintain presence at B-Long as well. So at this point, Sean, what would you do? You've got the entire map. You're a frag up. What's the play here for T1?
I think the play from T1, they don't know where Steel is set up. And having a Cypher, a Sentinel like that on a site, you can nest up and play solo because you have the camera, you have trips for information, and the trips act as additional players. So you can see that's causing 100 Thieves to play 3 people at this A site. Oh, this drone spotting the operator is massive information right now.
There's the sound cue. Asuna got burned. Spider heard it, took him down. The Sting is out of the picture there. And Nitro, we talked about it. It's your position. It's a great spot for him to play. He's got the assistance there as well from Dicey. And they certainly would have heard that he's in this position. The curveball comes through. Dicey has to get out of there. He's having so many issues here, and he's going to be forced away from U-Haul. That's a key position to hold if you want to have a retake. Steel, though, is actually knocking on the back door on this flank at the moment. His position is now known, so he's lost the element of surprise. And it comes down to either Steel or Dicey finding some pick, some damage. If they can't find that initial kill to make a 2v3, there's really no way that they can force the issue. And Dicey, with that operator in hand, is worth obviously a lot of cash. Wants to save that one, and Steel will do the same.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where if you're a pro, you have to do the math on the new patch update, where you only get $1,000 credits if you survive out the round. Is it worth it? Yes, of course it is when you have an operator or you have a Phantom or a Vandal full armor. So the shields combined with this Phantom make it worth it for Steel to save, although it is worth it to maybe go for a couple kills, get those ult orbs down. You can see they're just playing this one really passive.
Love that. Just really.
Is he gonna go? Oh, he was gonna go in the teleporter. he was gonna go in, Dan.
He wanted it. That would have been awesome. He would have been annihilated probably, but that would have been pretty glorious. Okay, so T1 trailing by a round at this point in time. 100 Thieves 2-1, but obviously T1 having a really good showing of things in that previous round. We'll see if they can get that opening pick again. They played off of that early 5v4 really effectively, so we'll have to see if 100 Thieves have any setups now to change their fortunes in that sense. Dicey trying to get that peek on showers, denied by the hot hands, denied by the dark cover. It allows Spider to get close again. Dangerous here, spraying through the smoke from either side. Look at the investment here from both teams into showers control. It's huge investment. Knowing when the dark cover goes away, that works out for Asuna with a double. That's huge. So much investment. And 100 Thieves walk away from the table with all the chips.
Yeah, but something that T1 knows from that shower duel is there's one person on B right now. They know that. Based on the fight they just had at showers, they know someone has to be watching short A. The rotate probably came in. So this is all on Steel for the next probably 10 seconds. Hiko's rotating spawn, and he can't cross unless spawn gets smoked off. He doesn't really know what's going on in the site. This is a very sketchy situation right now for Steel.
Still a very intelligent play. We'll have to see what he's able to come up with from this hookah position. The dark cover there is very awkward. He gets tagged there as well. He's going to have to try to find a timing. He goes for the swing, trying to find that timing. It's Asuna, though, denying the plant for now. There's only 20 seconds. Asuna, again, another frag coming his way. It's starting to look horrendous now for T1. Just Brax left it with 15 seconds to find an answer, but it's Nitro who has that answer, and 100 Thieves off the back of a great couple entries from Asuna pick up another round.
It's just perfect utility usage to enter this round, Dan. I'm so blown away by these two teams, right? The Omen dark cover combined with the hot hands to take control of Shower for T1. But then as soon as that smoke's fading, you see the boom bot hit the ground. It's not too early, because if it's too early, then they'd be stuck on the other side of the Omen dark cover. So it's just everything was so well timed that round. It was so beautiful to watch the Shower fight go down.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, I totally agree, and there's so much more to say, but we'll see exactly what the round shapes up here to be as we get that. Not the best situation in the world in terms of weaponry. You can see T1 with the 3 rifles, a couple pistols. We do have Scar, I believe, on the daggers. And Asuna is going to get sprayed down, trying to back away here. The Hunter's Fury comes out to play as well. And that's going to also cause a lot of problems. Dicey trying to dodge it. He does get tagged by one, but he's still alive. Hiko there from elbow. Also still alive. Picks up a kill as well. And this is interesting now because 100 Thieves actually have a pretty good spot to play their retake. They have this control around elbow. That's pretty huge.
That's massive right now. T1 is going to drone through elbow. Scott's following that with daggers. This is very sketchy for Dicey.
They hear him too. They hear Scott.
Oh, he spammed through the sight.
He actually walls him. That's unreal. Oh, Scar escapes after getting dinked there. Hiko making his way forward. Here comes the collapse onto the site for the retake. Still there from Hookah, is alone against more players. This is going to be so difficult to make his way through the 1v2. Steel falls to Dazed again. And this is just going down to the wire. 100 Thieves. Again, we talked about it. They had a great way to play that retake, holding on to the back halls, that elbow position. But T1 realized, they recognized that. They did a deep smoke. They droned through. They played aggressively. The tag allowed Spider to get a wall bang. That's just, that sequence was it's just so amazing to witness.
That was so brilliant by Daze to send the drone in like that. I've never seen that so far in Valorant. And then you can spam the guy as he's in the spawn hallway from the site. Holy, what a hold by T1. I didn't see that coming. And here's that same dark cover, hot hands combo that we saw earlier. Actually combined with a recon as well.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You can see how important that shower control is for T1. But now Spider has his ult. And they're looking to hit this A site for sure this round. Look at them. They're all grouping up.
This is just the 6th round as well, so a lot of emphasis placed on showers so far from T1 on these opening rounds kind of scenarios, and we'll have to see if that impacts how 100 Thieves play this in the following rounds. But for now, there goes the beginning of this hit through the drone. Steel tries to swing the corner there to try to take down Dazed. The trade comes through though, so it's a 1-for-1. That's not too bad. Nitro finds his way onto a flank again. Brax goes down. That's the spike. And is very nicely in front of a dark cover for Nitro to hold on to. He has expended that paranoia though, so it will be hard to hold on to this for too much longer, but he still has U-Haul. Spider does not care. Straight through with the curveball, finds the headshot. And there are still there's still a lot of room to play with here for T1. What? Oh my god, that went, what is happening? I can't understand that, Sean. And Spider is open from spawn, and that's a wrap for T1. I don't even understand the science behind that one.
Where does it go when it goes through the telly, Dan? I don't know. I've never seen it.
I haven't seen that before either, so I don't know what to say.
That was so cool. Oh, no! Oh, my God. Poor AZK.
Oh, there's just no words. There's no words, but there are more rounds as we have the 7th round coming into play here. I mean, it's going to be an eco for T1. Hot hands, the dark covers, an aggressive one from Nitro this time to prevent Shower's control by T1, and they will have themselves instead a rotation through market towards that hookah position where there is Brax currently creating some presence.
Dan, look at this shower setup right now. Nitro has the paranoia out. Steel ready to swing with it. The second that trip is hit. Oh, I can't wait to see this. How is Spider going to react to this setup? This is going to be very difficult for him to come out alive. Just the smoke on short A to slow things down on short. Oh, I guess that's how he gets through, Dan. Trip, no,
that works.
Trip no longer active.
That's one way to do it. And there's the TP. That's going to signal to T1 that rotation's on the way. Nitro, though, with that elevated position, able to easily hold on to this one. Spider! My goodness. Doing quite the damage there with that Vandal that he collected. Hot hands for a heal. He's got 30 seconds here to do more damage. Now, he's got an ultimate available to run it back, and it's hard to see him use it in this position. But we'll see. If he picks up a 1v1, that's the way that he wins this. If he can get a 1v1, oh, there's that 1v1. If he picked that one up, I would be very afraid right there for his opposition. He could have used to run it back, grab the spike. There's all sorts that he could have pulled out of the bag there, but regardless, 5-2 is the score right now. 100 Thieves are ahead.
Wow, that was a lot of damage done by Spider, though, on that eco round. That was a great round by him. And even though they didn't get the win, putting a dent in 100 Thieves' economy at this stage of the game is actually very important. And he has his ult on deck now. This should be a different look from T1 this round, where they use their ultimates.
Aggressive setup here on short B, outside of Hookah, Dicey. And he's got a friend, Asana's there to swing after the shot. And Dicey gets the re-peek off of that. A 1-for-1. We'll have to see who that benefits as time goes on. We get a couple cloudbursts there to just enable Dicey to fall back and reposition safely. In the meantime, correct response from T1. They take the space that's given. They now have the control of Garden as well. But the spike in the meantime is around the short A position, and T1, they're gonna grab the orb.
Dan, they're gonna have to fight their way out of this round because they have no smokes left. Ska had to use his last remaining smokes right there to live. The Omen is dead early. This is a hard round.
Steel.
But it's just gotten a lot easier.
He's so brave, just going through with the cage, delayed them so much, got rid of the run it back, really giving 100 Thieves a lot to work with as they try to prevent the spike from going down, let alone retake it after the plant. And that's going to be a TP that Brax knows everything about. Dazed as well, holding on to his position, and now it's going to be down to Hiko against 3 players. There goes the recon dart. It's being destroyed immediately. He only gets a single pulse off. He's none the wiser. He may be on an angle, but no, Brax is going to discover exactly what's up. And T1 pick up a much needed round. They burned quite a lot there. But honestly, 3-5.
It's so scary when you see an Omen go down so early on bind because you have no smokes to enter the sites. And then the Jet had to use her smokes once she got tagged by the drone. Scott clearly having a rough start to this game. It's shocking to see based on how we saw him play on Haven, but now he's brought the op into play. He's going to take this peek at Long B. Is Hiko going to challenge this? He's already been punished once. He's not. So they're going to concede Long B to T1. And both teams are just going slow right now. Dazed, taking shower control right now, Spider.
Loving the deeper position here from Nitro with that Sheriff towards the short A cubby. When you're in a situation like this on the defense and you're outgunned, it definitely doesn't feel good to just allow the other team to execute. Having somebody that can maybe create some opportunities by getting a frag before or as the push is coming in allows more room for your teammates to do something with having a way worse setup ultimately. There goes that Hunter's Fury. Looks like not too much is going the way of 100 Thieves. It's just a token frag from Nitro. And it looks like there's really no more chance here for 100 Thieves. Now the spike gets planted. Nice anti-eco here from T1.
Spike planted.
Very nice anti-eco coming from T1. And you can see actually the importance of those frenzy frags that Spider got a couple rounds ago. There's no reason for 100 Thieves to be on this low of a buy unless those frags happen.
And it looks like Steel is causing problems here. Hiko's going to go down, but he's picked himself up a rifle, but looks like Spider is on top of it right now. And you were saying it earlier, Sean, as well. You wanted to see Spider on that Phoenix. You wanted to see him in more of an aggressive role on a more aggressive agent, and so far he's doing a great job, I feel like.
He is doing a fantastic job of getting shower control with Daze. Now, I'm curious because they've done this same look on this default time and time again. It's about time in the match where 100 Thieves busts out, you know, a counter to it, right? How do you counter this take of showers? How do they look at B? And it looks like they're not doing much different. You can see Brax is setting up his trip super passively in B. They're going to give up almost all of B this round. They're going to give up hookah. They're going to give up long control. Their main interest is here at A.
How do they handle it? Well, there you go, Sean. They got the forward dark cover. They're able to throw the Raze utility forward and force T1 behind Nitro's dark cover. So now T1 will have to spend more to retake the shower's position fully. And there's a drone. And they can't send that drone out from a further forward position.
Yeah,
so
that's a
part
big
of it.
difference. That's a massive difference. That drone gets hardly any information. Before they were almost entering with the drone. Now it's only to get shower control. So how does T1 react now?
And with that shower control, ultimately Spider just picked up his ultimate. So he's got run it back now because of that orb that he just collected. So that might make the difference here, given that that's the only ult available for T1 in this round. And we have Hunter's Fury on Hiko, which is the only ult available for 100 Thieves. So T1 now regrouping into a pretty committed B hit. It would appear, and 100 Thieves, they're pushing short A at this point. They're going to figure out exactly what's going on. But in comes the push. There's the run it back. Spider making his way straight onto the site. He needs to get information. He doesn't really see anybody, but he understands there's at least one back site. And there's Scar with that operator, able to drop steel at the back of the site. And that's going to allow T1 to make their way forward. But time is against them here. If someone could take down the planter, that could make every difference. And there's Hiko with a Hunter's Fury trying to stop the plant. Can he deny the plant? Oh, he can't deny the plant. Oh, no! Nitro gets there where Hiko could not. Nitro can. Coming in from the flank, just as he has done so many times in this series so far. And that is so devastating. What a beautiful play there. In the nick of time, Nitro sweeps in.
He couldn't have come in at a better time. Takes down AZK at the last second. The plant took so long because the Hunter's Fury just terrified the players of T1 to plant that spike. What a play by Nitro. These flanks time and time again. He's sitting at 15-5 again. This man is just having such an incredible series right now.
It's really beautiful to see. There's just so much to say about it, but there's so much more gameplay to be had here. We get immediately the blades popped there by Sky. You can see he's trying to find an entry there towards this Huka position. The Paranoia is sent through as well. The dash up draft. Scars is clearing the path, making a way for his team to get into the side here, using that verticality to his advantage. Can't find a frag. There's just so much denying vision around this site, but he's still there. He's still creating space for his team, and he's still holding on to these positions. However, Dicey coming through there. Great stuff there from Dicey, finding a second with the operator, able to use that dash to keep himself alive. And this is just an absolute brawl for the site. And again, Nitro, he always finds the back of somebody. Dazed, able to equalize just for a moment as we go into the 1v1. There is a minute to play with. There are so many options here for both of these players. Dazed has the ability to use the recon dart. He's got that drone as well. Clearing some space there towards spawn, understands where his opponent is by deduction. And, oh, that was an opportunity for Dazed. Committing to the plant now. As Dicey bites his time, trying to make sure that he doesn't catch one of these arrows. And Dicey, no fear at all on the peak. That was bold from Dazed as well. You got to give it to him. But this was Dicey's round for sure.
This was definitely Dicey's round. This is such a huge, pivotal moment for him to come up big in this series. We haven't really seen him come up with this operator that he's been buying. It's kind of been a sunk cost, if I'm being honest, for 100 Thieves. But this round, he had so much confidence in his peaks coming through spawn. Take out both those players' sight, and this one-on-one, he played it so patiently versus Daze. Daze had a full kit of utility. So difficult to deal with. And he remained patient, won the one-on-one, and here we are, 7-4, Dan. Ooh, T1. This might be must-win territory right now. I think 8-4 on the defense side is quite a good half for Bind.
Ooh, Nitro's actually going to pop that recon dart. He's got the paranoia ready in hand, but they're actually pretty deep. He's going to swing straight into Spider, who is so ready for that one. Oh my god. Rocket flying through the showers as well. The aggression through the showers TP is great to see from 100 Thieves, trying to mix things up. We haven't seen that just yet, but the timing just didn't really work out. It was you were talking about answers to the showers play, Sean. It looked like it was set up, but the timing was just a little bit off.
It's just a little bit off, and that definitely cost them here. And here you have Daze actually droning the flank. This is such an interesting scenario. Neither team has any clue the spread on this A bomb site right now. It is going to be a select fest.
Still taking his time. That is huge. The neural theft. It's the perfect time. They get info. 2 players in showers, and then 2 players around the short position. And APC, Steel, he's going to be able to make some forward movement there, claiming more space on the site, creating more pressure. And Dicey, oh, the jump knife's not going to work out for him. T1 defending excellently. And that's going to be 5-7. You said they needed this round, Sean, and they're going to get it. And it's funny because it felt like 100 Thieves, that they were winning rounds pretty consistently, even though they were losing the showers control to T1. It almost felt like they didn't need an answer, but it's still going to be so close.
I know you like the poker references. This seemed like they just pushed all in that round on an aggressive play. That was very shocking because 100 Thieves hadn't done that yet the entire half. But it looks like T1 adapted on the fly perfectly. Like the positioning of Spider in the showers to catch, I think it was Nitro coming through the dark cover. It couldn't have been a better position. Here we go. This is definitely going to be a B hit coming in for 100 Thieves, and it's probably going to come in real fast.
Daze there with that recon die. He's going to spot everything pretty much. Able to deal with the boom bot. That's actually pretty huge to get rid of that boom bot before it makes its way into hookah. It allows T1 to kind of hold on to these spots. They'll throw it on the cage. Okay, Steel is going to create quite a problem there. That's a great pick as Daze was trying to reposition, but Spider's going in for more. The frenzy close range. He's only going to be able to get the one, though. This is not a bad spot here for Brax. Trying to play this corner, this angle. You can see that coverage of the dark cover is working out quite nicely for him as he tries to hold on to this. And they're very low. The player's coming onto his position. That is so awesome to see from Brax, holding his ground. Easy 2 frags, so confident. The jump classic not going to work out for him as we go into the 2 versus 2. But the advantage, in health at least, is certainly with AZK and Scadoodle of T1. And right now, they also have the advantage because they're playing the defense. It's up to 100 Thieves to make their way forward, to reclaim that spike on elbow and find a way to get it planted. This is not going to be easy for them.
This is definitely an insanely difficult situation that T1 finds themselves in.
30 seconds left.
The HP on 100 Thieves is so low.
One enemy remaining.
And they try to make the dash across, and it's not going to work out. And just speaks to, again, as you said, how difficult that spot was. I liked some of the initial exchanges there. I felt like the movement from T1 on the defense was really good to try to reposition out of that hookah play, but the timing from Steel was just, it's just so unfortunate for T1. If they had an extra second, I think they would have been okay.
Well, I love the timing from Steel coming up along B right there because he sensed, his teammates were telling him there's a super heavy hookah presence, which means that it's super unlikely that there's going to be like, 2 people holding long B. So he took that initiative. It's kind of him just playing on the fly based on his teammates' communication. So I know the communication is very strong right now in 100 Thieves.
This is the classic move, isn't it, from Dicey, the single cloud burst. Get yourself close with that shorty into the U-Haul position. You got that dash up draft if necessary. And this is going to be interesting now. There's definitely some extra damage that can be done here by 100 Thieves. Spider holding onto B. We get that rotation to hookah with that spike. Won't be able to find their way in. Very, very fortified position towards B at this point. But another rotation from 100 Thieves. They might actually be able to catch something here using the dark cover to try to secure a plant. Oh, Scott, he knows. He just understands what that dark cover means. And with the spam, he's going to be able to create even more problems here. Hiko, it's too much to deal with at this point. And not even getting the spike down, unfortunate for them. A couple kills will go a long way in pressuring the economy of 100 Thieves, but ultimately, it's definitely looking like a good start for the defense here on T1's side.
Oh, and look at this. Ska opts for the glass cannon operator. No shields right now. This is a huge investment. He did the same thing on Haven when he pushed short A, and it worked out so well. But it is a massive risk early in this game right now. He's going to take this Showers fight, but look at this. It's going to be a huge battle because 300 Thieves coming his way.
You don't expect to see this. Oh, he whiffed the shot. He doesn't want to burn the dash. Didn't expect Nitro to be so close for the punish. And you said it was a massive risk. It hasn't gone the way of T1, but we'll see if they can find a different way to recover this position. A very fast push on the back of that kill. And oh my god, 100 Thieves looking really strong, moving off of that first kill into the site, leaving just Brax and Spider on the rotation from that B site. Not too much they can do, but trying to find a timing as the setup is coming in from 100 Thieves. Heavy Showers presence. A Bulldog and a Spectre. These are not the guns you want to see in a situation like this. When you're playing against so much.
This feels unwinnable, Dan.
It does. It really does. And there we go. 100 Thieves hold on to it nicely. And they played off that initial pick on Scott. And I do wonder to what extent they expected that.
Yes. That was a really good jiggle peek coming into Showers and then a swing by Nitro. It's one of the few times when you shouldn't use abilities going into the third round where you feel like you have a gun advantage. But they risked it that there wouldn't be an operator there. There actually was. They probably should have gotten burned. And I think Scott might fight for an orb here. This is another battle at Showers is about to go down, and Scott needs this orb for his ult, I believe. Oh, he's 2 off. So he's actually going to need a kill.
And
Paranoia.
Paranoia is ready. He's going to be able to get the first kill. And there's the dash coming through. He can't find the second. Might be a gun for him to collect, though. An operator on the ground for him. AZK in support. Spider as well. The TP at back Showers is beautiful. What a coordinated effort here coming in from T1. And Scott lost the operator last round. He's picked it right back up again. And Asna, 30 HP against 4 players. He needs to do some damage here. That is the objective. Keep the economy pressure going. Don't allow T1 to leave this round with too many weapons. And he's got a minute to try and do it. And he's in U-Haul. I don't know if they understand where he is. They certainly understand some of the possibilities. So we'll see if he can move between the gaps of the knowledge of his opponents here as he makes his way through U-Haul. This is the opportunity. Find one frag at the very least, and he gets it. Asuna, you couldn't have asked for more.
No, Daze was all over him with that drone. It was a game of cat and mouse. And there's no way he was getting out of that U-Haul alive. So here we are, 8-8. That was such a sick shower hold, though, by T1. Sending Spider through the teleporter in his Altus Phoenix to flank. The second the Paranoia comes through, Scott dashes into them. Man, there's so many layers to these teams in this game. Just the amount of growth that these two teams have had in the last month is just incredible. It's actually incredible.
The buy hit not looking all that great, though, for 100 Thieves. They got a heavy presence towards short B. The drone will be sent through as well. Spider looking to try to hold on to this position. I don't know how committed he's going to be. There's the trip. There's the cage going up. Curveball trying to hold it. But Asuna with that rocket, the showstopper is going to do the damage. AZK finding a great timing through the TP from short A. Drops the spike. Scar's there as well, but Dicey is in position in hookah. Scar had to worry about 2 positions, gambled wrong. And the spike is collected once again. Now Brax, it falls to him. It falls entirely to Brax. Finds 1 kill. The dash comes through. It's just too much to handle. And 100 Thieves pick it up. And this game, Sean, it's so close.
Oh, you could see the idea from T1 right there. Spider was going to defend hookah and the teleport was going to come in. But once the showstopper was popped, he couldn't hold hookah anymore. But he was sticking to the setup. And then AZK and Scott come through the teleporter. But everything had already crumpled because the showstopper was popped. Such an unfortunate turn of events right there by T1. But man, Asuna continues to have so much success with these showstoppers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great ultimate. And Sky is going to actually find his first opening pick at the beginning of a round with the operator. So that's very good news for T1, who are trailing around right now, of course. And if you are just joining us, 100 Thieves won the first map in this series. This is the second map This is the quarterfinals here. Single a limb, so a lot on the line here for T1 in this recovery attempt as they make their way up short A.
You mentioned earlier that paranoia from U-Haul here. It's going to come, but it's late.
And Asana's got position there. The Hunter's Fury is trying to equalize things positionally. Asana, he's going to make his way around with the satchels. He finds Nitro over the top, or sorry, AZK, as Steel makes his way through showers as well. Spikes down on the ground. And I was going to say, Steel needs to hit some pretty good shots here to make this round work out for them. They've claimed the bomb and the spike, and they're going to make their way through the TP straight to B. Spider already was on the flank through Market, so he can't really stop this. They will get time to plant the spike. They will get time to set up post-plant.
Oh no, Dan. Hiko has the Hunter's Fury at long. He's moving to elbow, though. Will they expect 2 players to be elbow? They might, just because of where Spider is right now. This is the fight, though.
A 1-for-1. Hiko is still alive. He's the important one. He's got the recon dart. He's got that Hunter's Fury as well. He needs to find a way to get a 1 versus 1 in this situation. Recon dart goes out, tries to get that info. That cloud burst is pretty huge. He spots Spider. That's important as well. Trying to get his way into a position to do some damage, but Spider will take him down. Hiko did what he could. He couldn't sit back there. He had to try to challenge. And it's going to be the round there for T1. Great effort from 100 Thieves to try to recover that. They made that look really doable.
Yeah, I agree. Hiko's shooting out that recon dart. I think every viewer saw it in their mind's eye. They saw the ping coming in and Hiko creeping up on the diffuser, getting that kill, whipping over. That could have gone his way. That was so close. That was on a knife's edge, that 1-on-2. Holy, this game is just, it's phenomenal. Every round just coming down like this.
So 9-9 now. We'll see exactly how this opening plays out. Not as much pressure on this hookah position, just one player, just the Rays, just Asana there with that boombot, trying to just keep the attention of the opponents, trying to force them to burn some utility. We see that setup with Spider, as you mentioned previously, got stopped out by the Showstopper, but this time it's going to be all about just playing retake on A. Relying on having AZK in that U-Haul position with that Omen. And they've got Scar playing Cubby with the Operator. Very deep position with that Operator.
Yeah, and the pace of this round's a little different. 100 Thieves looked flustered at the start of this round in freeze time. They were really late getting in showers, and they were behind a dark cover. But this frag is actually... Oh, Spider giving up the early first blood to Asana. That's an early 5-on-4, and this B site is now extremely weak, but Scadoodle evening things up. That's a very big find by him.
And that tells him everything.
On the flank. Yeah.
Because also, if you take Steel down in that position, it's definitely going to be a committed play to be at that point. They've got to be reading that. TP onto the sides. TP is all over the place at this point, and it's going to be an all-out brawl here as the spike gets planted. Dicey planting default there. And what do we have here for this retake for T1? Scar does have some daggers to work with if he chooses to use them, but other than that, not too much in the way of ultimates. AZK has Paranoia still. That could be huge as a way to initiate the retake here. There's the Hunter's Fury tied to perfection. Hiko gets at least one. Scar in deep, pulls out the daggers, finds Nitro up on top of the site now, trying to find his way above the smokes to try to get these picks. It's looking quite labored at this point for T1, leaving just AZK trying to swing on the next player on Garden, but Hiko able to defend, able to trade. And once again, it just goes down to the wire. 100 Thieves barely creeping ahead of T1 at this point. 10-9. As you said before, Sean, Hiko on that Hunter's Fury is very reliable.
He's always good for one, right? He's always good for one when he busts out that ultimate. He's probably the best I've seen so far in this First Strike tournament. But I believe 100 Thieves just wasted all of their ults. What do they have this round? They just... Actually, Dicey still has the daggers. That's very important going in this round. Steal with the shower control again. It's so sketchy for both teams.
Oh, that's huge. The Paranoia comes through. This time works out really nicely for Scar as he pushes on through with that Frenzy. Nice response, though, from 100 Thieves as they've seen this play before. The showers crunch from the defense with that B-long TP push as well. And Dazed, he wanted to make a forward position with a forward alpha angle, but they will spot it out. Nothing left to guesswork after popping Cypher's ultimate. Neural theft will tell them everything. And now Brax is alone with a frenzy against 3 players. And there's not much you can do about that one. 11-9 now, 100 Thieves. They've nearly done it, Sean. They're looking to move into the semi-finals here. T1 need to come out with something big to recover this situation. It's starting to get truly out of hand.
It really is, but Dicey, man, he played that so well with those cloud bursts. The recon to force AZK in the open. I thought Daze was going to win this round, but the Cypher ult comes in and seals the deal. It forces his hand into the push. Man, the peaks from 100 Thieves to close out that round. That's something of beauty.
Careful now.
Oh, the buy here is pretty bad for T1. They've stacked 4 towards the A side. So, oh, beautiful opening there from Asuna. Making it look really good with the satchels and showstopper entry. Nothing really that 100 Thieves could do. They kind of gambled on the A setup there. Looking for the retake. Actually, with that headshot, with the rifle, if it's possible to collect it, and all that information, maybe there's a chance here for T1, but with that said, Brax has no teammates left with which to play off of. So at this point, it's about trying to do some additional damage. They will be buying next round regardless. It's a good effort, but this could be it, Sean.
This could be it, Dan.
Match point.
This is going to be a very difficult comeback right now for T1 because 100 Thieves has now built an economy. They've built their ults up. Hiko, I just saw, got his Hunter's Fury again. It feels like he just had it. It's going to be a difficult 3 rounds for T1. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail for this. And you can see it's going to start at Showers right now. I think Scott should be able to afford an operator here if he wanted to. Yes, he does. Okay. But this is just a straight B hit. I don't know. Is T1 going to be ready for this?
Now, yeah, Spider's going to fall back out. He's actually got Run It Back available. So far, Spider's been playing really well with this Phoenix. And as you mentioned before, this setup between him and the Cypher Tripwire and Cage as well on Hookah has been something that T1 have really enjoyed running.
No more charges left.
Out of my way.
I fear Spider will die before the Run It Back can be used, as he's in a position, a very forward position right now, but in comes the Paranoia. Great counter utility. Dazed and Brax defending. Dicey shot out the air. And it doesn't look like they're trying to brute force their way in, but the counter utility here so far from T1 has been nothing but immaculate.
They have been stalled out completely. I don't know what 100 Thieves go to here. They need a pick. They're desperately looking for someone to give themselves up. It's going to be Spider. Spider versus Nitro right here.
Silence.
Oh, saw the swing of the gun. That's so unfortunate for Spider. And there might be a chance now. As you said, they were looking for that one pick. Dark cover just in the nick of time to allow Asuna forward positioning. Takes down Dazed. This could be going very badly all of a sudden here for T1. They were looking so damn good. And there's that Hunter's Fury on Hiko as well. He's standing in the hookah position. There's the Paranoia to allow the entries to start flowing through for T1. Brax opens it up nicely. Nitro, though, defending from the cubby by Garden. And now it's up to the Hunter's Fury. Does he decide to use it? He can't really. There's too many players at this point. There's too much time on the bomb. And so Hiko will just try to get that opening kill first. Maybe there's a chance here, but nope. Can't find an angle onto Brax. I spoke a little bit too soon. And T1 will hold on. It looks very scary, though.
I know there's a lot of backseaters in chat that are probably very upset that Hiko didn't pop that ult right there. But he does not win that round if he pops the ult. He knows. And he knows the importance of the Hunter's Fury in closing out a round on attack. I think it's the smart play to carry that into the next round. And you could see he actually took a step back to think about it for a second when he was in hookah. And he thought otherwise. So I'm fully with him not using the ultimate right there. And here's Skawa going for that op pick Showers again. First gun round of the match.
Oh, and he played out the same way, but Nitro's peak wasn't as good. This is perfect for T1 right now. They need this round. Still managing to pick Scadoodle out of the air like a clay pigeon, and Steel makes his way forwards. Asna over the top of the APC, looking for the flank there with those satchels. Beautifully done. 2 versus 3 now. Brax and Spider on the B rotation. It's up to them now as the spike still needs to be planted. Run it back there as U-Hawk is cleared. Brax needs to win this frag, but that cage is going to deny him completely. Spraying, trying to find that desperation bullet, but it will be the TP rotation from 100 Thieves here for that B round finish. Spider, he's got a good timing. He might be able to get in there, but just barely denied. He will heal up instead. Waiting for Brax to get into position, but they don't have much help here. Oh, Brax, great read there on that
Brax has a cam. Brax has a cam. It's at long. I believe he just spotted both of them. What a huge fight by Austin, and Hiko closes out the match through the Phoenix wall.
100 Thieves taking it over T1. What a fight it was. They fought so damn hard, so many clutches. You could see the preparation from both teams. They both played so damn well. It's heartbreaking to see one of these two teams exiting the tournament, but I mean, we have to give it to both of them. They played it so well. But 100 Thieves, Sean, there is some magic behind this squad. There's something about them. And one of the questions we had to answer in this series was, what, is it the situation in a very intense game such as this that the youngsters are able to deliver under so much pressure? And so far, they're passing the test, and that's so important.
Yeah, especially Asuna. I mean, even on that last round, he had his fingerprints all over that match. He had so many impact first bloods, but just the confidence to satchel over the APC in the site, flank U-Haul and get that frag, open up the round, then go through the teleporter, obviously. He just had so much impact. The calls coming out of Steel, the flanks from Nitro. Hiko on the Sova looked great today. Dicey finally coming in on that last map with the operator. I agree. This 100 Thieves team is just out to play. I'm so impressed because they're such a young, new team. And just watching how they've improved so quickly is just shocking to me. It's shocking. And for those at home, T1 banned Icebox. I would be willing to bet Steel had something up his sleeve on that map too.
Yeah, I'm sure that he did. But it's time to hear from the analysts. Guys, that was a phenomenal series. What did you make of it?
I could not agree with you more there, DDK. Back-to-back, 2 of the closest maps we've had. These were quite clearly the most evenly matched teams in the quarterfinals. And although, gentlemen, we wanted that third map. We wanted it desperately. I tell you what,
So bad.
100 Thieves, they didn't want it, and they didn't want it more than us because they were able to wrap it up there, Van Silly, with a close once again on Bind.
At the same time, though, you still have to give it for T1. They fought so hard into this series, and I have to give it. On the first map, we talked about Ska, we talked about Brax, but the second map, I'm going to have to give this one to Spider on how hard they wanted to fight to try to win this matchup. It was the elephant in the room. How is he going to perform going over to a duelist? We had an idea maybe it was going to be a Raze that he's going to play, but coming in as a Phoenix, I mean, on that first half, 17-7 that he finished there for T1. He got 4 first bloods in total, but I'm pretty sure at least 3 of them were in this first half when they were playing that defender side. 2 4 kills, and then 2 3 kills, and he was just unstoppable. Like Sean was saying, he's flanking from behind through the teleporters. He's getting all these entries. He's putting a lot of pressure on Showers that forces T1 to waste a lot of utilities and manpower on A side, giving more room here for T1 to execute on the attacker side. But in the end, it's still going to be 100 Thieves that takes the upper hand because they found ways to counter it.
I mean, Veli, this is where I turn to you because exactly as Van Silly is saying, it felt like the individual playmaking from Spider may have been enough to put T1 in winning position, and yet the whole of 100 Thieves found ways back in round after round.
You know, it's a bad thing when one player is one of the main reasons why a team is going to win. And 100 Thieves, and most importantly, still the IGL, I'm looking at him. He said, no, we're going to cut that out. We knew where Spider was playing every single time on defense. He was going to be in hookah on the right-hand side, either behind the box or outside the window. So what did they do? 100 Thieves said, okay, Asuna, we're going to send a Paranoia in. I want you to airwalk with the blast packs and just pop him with your rocket launcher. They was able to get that kill. They were able to just bait out Spider so many times. There was a play in particular where they had a cyber cage out. They knew the timing of his curveball whenever Spider was about to flash him. The moment they heard the audio cue, they popped out with another showstopper and got the kill. So that was on Spider. Scadoodle We all saw what he did last map, right? They gave him so much space whenever it came to B long. They had Sova sitting all the way back in CT tunnel. They had Cypher in the base away from any type of op 1v1s. And they didn't allow anyone on T1 to catch fire if it was in their control. I love their game.
I could not agree more with that point, and I want to hand it to you, to Vancilia, to kind of run it home, because it didn't feel like it was Scadoodle's fault that he wasn't getting off the ground this time on Bind. It was entirely this plan that 100 Thieves had built.
Exactly. How do you nullify basically Scadoodle moving forward with the with the operator trying to take control towards that long B? And when you look at the setup for Steel and company of 100 Thieves, they actually had 4-man stacks on the A side very often, and Steel was soloing inside hookah with a camera, trap wires, cyber cages, and he heard the amount of times that they tried to take control on the B side. He put the cyber cages up. He wasted some time. He would let for his teammates to rotate back from A to B side to play retakes or for holds. So I think 100 Thieves for Steel, he did a great job studying on how T1 was going to try to activate Spider on that A side. Put all the resources there, play retake, and it paid off.
Well, we're going to come back to the analyst zone here in just a moment to talk a little bit more about this series and look forward to tomorrow. But before we do that, we do have an interview standing by. It's Smix with none other than Hiko following that victory.
You are correct, Dash. I'm honored to be sitting here with Hiko after such a fun victory over T1. So congratulations, Spencer. I feel like that was by far and away the closest quarterfinal match that we had. The score was 2-0, but it was neck and neck from beginning to end. Tell us, how much greater is the satisfaction to emerge victorious when the series plays out as close as it did?
It feels really good. I think we definitely expected us to win, but they pushed us to the limit, and we showed great perseverance to come back for the first map for sure. But it definitely feels good. I mean, we came here to win, and fortunate for us, we did win. So.
And speaking of that first map, let's dive a little bit deeper into it, because on that first half, we saw Scadoodle go full Scadaddy mode, and it was looking a little bit rough. But then we saw you guys remain calm, cool, and collected and come back from a 9-3 deficit. So break it down for us.
Yeah, I would be lying if I told you I was fully confident after that first half. I think we had just a slow start. I think we weren't as confident as we should have been in a lot of the plays that we made and the things we prepared for T1. But we were able to fall back on our defense half, and I think they won a lot of rounds that we probably shouldn't have lost on first half, and then we won a lot of rounds that we probably shouldn't have won on our defense. So both defenses are really strong, and I think it just it took us a little bit of time to actually just warm up and get back into it. And once we hit that second half, we were finding our stride. We were winning clutches. Suno was just making these crazy Phoenix plays, so it was good.
Suno is popping off, and Steel as well, coming in with a new agent. I think a lot of us got used to seeing him on that Killjoy, but bringing out that Cypher, and not just bringing it out, but looking really damn good doing so as well. So talk to us a little bit about the decision-making on making that switch.
Yeah, so the Sentinel nerfs definitely caught us kind of off guard, going from the close to this qualifier. We were trying to play around with Killjoy and with Cypher to see what's better on each map. And you'll have to see what we play on other maps. But yeah, I think Steel on Cypher brings a level of, he is our in-game leader, and he has a lot of playmaking abilities as Cypher, but also the fact that he sits in the camera a lot and he's able to direct the round from a camera. He doesn't really have to do much. He's kind of AFK, just looking around. So it frees him up to, maybe use a side of the brain that he would otherwise have to be more mindful of when he's playing Killjoy, right? Because you're just playing, you're basically kind of staring at your radar as Killjoy, and you kind of just sit AFK looking at your screen as Cypher. So yeah, I'm happy with it. I think the Sentinel nerf, Killjoy is just naturally weaker on most maps. It's really hard to watch flanks. So I think we messed around with Cypher, and I think he showed that he can play Cypher to the same level he can play Killjoy as.
It was so cool watching how he utilized his cages. And speaking of in-game leader, I was kind of curious. You mentioned it yourself in the feature video you had. The three of you all in-game leaders once upon a time in your histories. Does that ever result in a too many chefs in the kitchen scenario, or do you guys have a good system worked out?
I don't think so. I definitely, it was a fear of mine when we filled the roster initially with me, Steel, and Nitro that, maybe our personalities don't work very well together and maybe we're not able to, bounce ideas off each other as much as we could. But it's kind of like Nitro and Steel create a lot of the strats together between the two of them. I think my in-game leader experience, I think I help a lot mid-round. I think, a lot of times I'm kind of sitting in a corner waiting for flanks in the post plants anyway, so I'm able to, help with mid-round stuff, keeping track of ultimates, keeping track of, how the round breaks down, how we can win the rounds. And I think we all just work really well together. But between the three of us, with the two kids that we have, everyone listens, everyone's on the same page most of the time, and I think everyone is pretty happy with it. We haven't once run into a problem with too many chefs in the kitchen.
I love that you talk about Dicey and Asuna being the two kids, because that is actually it. It's the perfect juxtaposition of the three of you being the veterans of the scene with so many years of playing under your belt, and then these two youngins who could be nervous when they play, but I do feel like the experience you guys bring goes a long way. So talk to us about what that dynamic is like and how that's been working out for you guys.
Yeah, I think me, Nitro, and Steel definitely have more of a slow, methodical approach to the game. And a lot of our strats and a lot of the things we do kind of revolve around that. And we put the two kids, so to say, in as many positions as we can for them to succeed. And, we saw today, when Asuna starts warming up and he starts pushing a lot, you're not going to kill him. He has no fear. Whether he's hitting his shots or losing his shots, he's going to run out there and he's going to kill you. So couple that with Dicey, who, he's a really solid upper, and he does a really good job of kind of taking control of the round and making sure that he isn't too crazy with the op like we see some other uppers. So the two kids, I think we help as much as we can. And, between Steel, Nitro, and I, we've in-game led and played with so many different players, up and coming, veterans, that I think definitely, I have to give the most credit to Steel. I think he's definitely the one that tries to instill as much knowledge and try to understand and try to teach them kind of what works, what doesn't work, what could be a good play, what could be a bad play. So big shout out to Steel, and I think he's the unsung hero behind the scenes.
I think the rate of improvement that the five of you have shown, despite the fact that this is really only a roster that has only been around 2 months, has been amazing to see, because up next, you are going to be going up against the Sentinels, and they're a little bit opposite. They've been together for a long, long time, and you were talking about how Asuna likes to be aggressive and he's not scared to do that. Well, they have a player who loves doing that as well with Sinatra. So curious, what are your thoughts about going up against them?
Yeah, we played them in the first close when we beat them. I don't think they were necessarily playing as to their full potential at that time. But now this match is definitely going to have everything on the line. And I think that we are well equipped to beat them. I think that on our best day, we should beat them. So yeah, they're a good roster. I think a big thing about a lot of these teams we're playing against, the TSMs, the Sentinels, is we're playing catch up. Like you said, we are a new roster, so we haven't had much time, not nearly as much time as all the other teams have done or have had to actually practice. So, we're trying to improve as best as we can. We're coming up with new ideas that we haven't seen teams do. You might see some of that this tournament. Who knows? But yeah, I think we are definitely equipped to do it. And we've done it once, and yeah, I think Asuna is gonna teach Sinatra who's the boss.
Well, thank you so much, Spencer. It's been an absolute joy seeing the progress you and your team have made, and best of luck in the semifinal match tomorrow. Dash, back to you.
Thank you so much, Smix. I want to go straight to one of the answers that Hiko gave early in the interview, saying something to the effect of, I'd be lying if I said we were confident after the first half of that Haven map. Down 9-3, they could fall back on their defensive side, and they were able to pull it back. But again, Vansili, I think we need to highlight again how close it was and the mental resilience and fortitude that it takes to come back in a moment like that.
Definitely. First off, the mental fortitude from 3 players out of the 5. I'm thinking of Steel, I'm thinking of Nitro, and Hiko. All 3 of those players have been in tough situations and on the world stage playing CSGO in the past. This is nothing new to them. But where it got crazy, definitely agree with that. They'd be lying if they say they were nervous. Because, again, 2 of those rounds, look at the pistol round. Was it the pistol round or the second round where that dark cover went down towards Long C on Haven? They went for the full defuse. You have 3 players from T1 just spamming through the smoke, and they still stick to the defuse and get it. Hiko wins another 1 versus Brax when Brax was in the best position possible for a clutch on a 2 versus 1. Hiko sticks it, and then you have that final play in the end. And 100 Thieves, man, they took advantage of it. Small mistakes, costly, but when you take advantage of it and you stride with it, luck or not, you still got the victory.
Yeah, now, Veli, there was a lot of composure. There was a lot of teamwork that went into them bringing it back there on Haven, but there were also some individual plays, and specifically, I'm thinking of our prime gaming play of the day. This one comes from Asuna, late on the defensive side. Walk me through it, my bud.
Oh, my man, he popped a running back. 1, 2, 3. But I can't even count that high, Dash. In all seriousness, it's silly. You called out the 3 vets, but for me, it was the young guns that stepped up when they needed it most. How often do you look at a team that's surrounded by a bunch of guys who won a lot of things in the past, but it's the new ones, the 18-year-olds popping up, getting 4Ks, and really rallying that team back? Asuna has been phenomenal, and I can't wait to see more of them.
It's also just so cool to see Hiko in that interview building all of his teammates up, right? Giving that cred where cred is due to each and every individual and how they played into it, citing Steel and his ability to call from being AFK in the camera, a little tongue-in-cheek, yes, but very cool to see nonetheless. That does bring me to our bracket and our schedule for tomorrow, because while we are done with the quarterfinals, all 4 of them, we have 2 epic semifinals coming your way just tomorrow. It is, of course, Envy and TSM to kick us off, and then 100 Thieves versus Sentinels to follow. So, Veli, I'm coming right back to you on that Envy TSM matchup, which will be hitting our screens first. Give me your thoughts.
Envy and TSM, that's going to be the game for me, man. Seriously, though, this is a new TSM. They have so much more fire behind them, but I don't think Envy is going to give them an easy one. This is going to go down to the wire, and I can't wait to see who goes to the finals from that match.
Envy and TSM for me is the matchup to watch up now. Well, maybe the second one. I don't want to get into the finals and predict it there, but I think Envy and TSM is definitely going to be a great one. When we hope that we're going to finally see a 2-1 series somewhere, I think Envy and TSM is finally going to be that one.
Oh, they best both be 2-1s tomorrow. We took 2-0s for 2 days in a row. If these teams don't deliver me some 2-1s, I'm going to be upset. But Veli, I come back to you on the second best of 3 because you were just hyping up Asuna, and rightly so. Hiko said he thinks Asuna is going to show Sinatra who's best in that matchup. What do you think of that statement?
Hiko, he's got I get it. He's got to back up his boy. I respect it. But Sinatra is Sinatra at the end of the day. And I think Sentinels might have that game, man. I'm rocking with Sentinels.
Sentinels is the call here, Vansili. What about you, buddy?
Listen, we're talking about rising stars here in the theme, that new fire here in this First Strike North America. And we talked about Sinatra. We had a highlight for him coming from a different game. He's a rising star in this one, but Asuna is a rising star in himself. He might be that new Sinatra in this first game that he plays competitively, which is going to be VALORANT right here. So that's going to be beautiful to watch too. I mean, look at his movement on the last 2 maps that he's played. The satchel charges coming through from that player. Oh. Man, he's got so much potential and talent.
Oh my goodness. Reminding me of the Asuna satchel plays. Oh, just chasing Spider out from that hookah play. Double satchel while he's blinded. Oh, I never want to be in that position ever in my my life. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 4 amazing quarterfinals behind us, 2 epic semifinals ahead of us that take place tomorrow. It's Envy versus TSM. It's Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. It's hitting your screens tomorrow, 1 p.m., same time Pacific that we've been hitting your screens on these previous 2 days. But that is going to do it for myself and everyone here in this building and remotely broadcasting around the world to you and your homes. Thank you for joining us. Stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.